Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We got more of our Lord of the Rings themed gummies here. One of them is going to be Dark Queen Schmaladriel, and we're going to paint this up same way that we did this Queen Schmaladriel, which means I'm actually, I'm tempted to grab, I might just do that. We haven't used this in a while. Let's grab this here. So yeah, all Series 7 of our Cobalt Teal Bluish. Let's get this out on the palette. Initially, I wasn't going to, and then I was just thinking, like, no, let's do it. We haven't used any. I don't know if we've really used any of our super expensive stuff. Maybe except for our pure orange. Sorry about all the delays there, Armored Wolf. It's just every time I turned around, something was either falling. Like all of these brushes, they fell off the table, like all 20 of them. And I had to, it's like pick up sticks there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, we got Goldberry. And again, these must be those have to be Make It Epic basing bits there. And then, of course, we'll be working on Gollum right here. I'm just going to start throwing out some of our lighter dry brush stuff. So, yeah, Armored Wolf, I was just doing tons and tons of this. All of this stuff on there. Hey there, Thranuel. Well, geez, Thranuel, this is like the first time you ever get to see things from the start. So, of course, Happy New Year there, Thranuel. I'm sure that the situation is exactly the same. No time to do anything except maybe have a few seconds to sleep and all that. But great to see you there, Thranuel, and of course, again, Happy New Year and all that. Now, again, we'll look at that is just that is not nothing. That color, oh my goodness, that is pretty wild. So again, it's great to see you there, Thranuel. Yeah, I'm gonna keep rolling with this. I'm gonna keep going with this here. Okay, so that's actually part of the print in there. Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. Happy New Year. So, Grey Wolf, hopefully the new year has been treating you real good. It's hard to believe it's already January 4th. That's kind of scary, actually. So, like I just said, this is the Cobalt Teal Bluish right here. We got a little bit of the Radiant Green in there. This is that Series 7 color Thranuel. And I really haven't used too many of our, shall we say, high cost colors or whatever in our gummies. So I thought, oh, what the heck? Let's try it. Let's try it this time, right, Thranuel? Maybe I will go a little more with the and also some of this. So Armored Wolf. Now, if you're doing that in sky reels, the dice bag falling over, you would probably want to have two images, kind of an opening frame and then a closing frame, and then it might be easier for it to kind of go from one to the other. Unfortunately, with Grok, you can't do that. You only get one picture. And let's just say that those kind of transition scenes, they tend to not work all that well in Grok. The thing is with Grok, you get, I think it's maybe 10 to 12 free animations a day, Armored Wolf. Now, of course, again, with Super Grok, you would get sort of an unlimited amount. It's you would never get charged for them, but what would happen is after a certain amount, it would say you don't get to do this anymore, and it wouldn't tell you what was wrong. It would just say you can't do that, and instead of it saying, well, okay, you've reached your limit, it just makes you think like you did something wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just it was in a stealthy way, basically putting a limit on your image or video generations. And let's just say that that's kind of how, in some variation, all of those operate. Yeah. So yeah, if you can maybe get me at least one of the pictures, I can give it a shot there and see what we can create with that. Little later here. So, Grey Wolf, I hope that maybe you've had a chance to do a little bit of painting now that the new year is underway. You know what? Actually, It's a good thing I brought this out because it might not be too bad for our Goldberry figure either. Let's get some of this a rocking and a rolling in here. So again, sorry everything is so late. That just there was also messages too that came in, Armored Wolf, of course, because I don't know what it is about there's this magic time of about 10:35, 10:45 or whatever, and all of a sudden, and I don't mean like, oh, one or two messages. I mean like message streams with 5 people simultaneously. I'm like, what's going on? And sometimes, Armored Wolf, then as it gets closer, then I start getting messages of people saying, "Are you okay?" Which is great, glad that people are concerned. It's just that in answering those, it makes me later and later and later for the stream. I think Landress probably messaged me last night saying, "Are you okay over there? Is there something we need to know?" Which again, that's super appreciated because most people they don't quite have proof of life messages coming almost on a daily basis like that. So that's pretty cool. Let's do this. You know what? I'm gonna get some of that up in here too. Oh, fine. We'll do a little bit of that over here. So yeah, Armored Wolf. Now I don't know if I've ever used the free version of GPT, and of course also Armored Wolf. I don't know what format you wanted. Did you want 16 by 9, 9 by 16? Did you want 1 to 1, 3 to 4, 4 to 3? So that's the other thing you're going to want to determine is what your aspect ratio is going to be. Yeah, Thranduil, it's one of those things where it's you say, well, it's kind of nice that people are like just because maybe being even 10 minutes later on something that generates concern with some folks. That's there could be worse things than that for sure, right, Thranduil? Where people are actually, again, just a few minutes later, something like that, and they're like, uh-oh, what's going on? So that is very, very cool. Again, we also have our Gollum here, so you can already see. I mean, that's very much in the neighborhood just after a few seconds. Now we've, 8 minutes in. Yeah, 8 minutes ago was when we started fooling around with this, so. Ooh, okay, well, maybe that's. No, actually, it's not too bad. All right. So Armored Wolf, the other thing I was trying to do today was to make more flats with the image to STL.com. It's not a difficult process. It just takes time. And hey, there's Sector X. How you doing? Yeah, Sector X. Oh, gee whiz. I'm trying to think of. There's so much stuff I have to send you, Sector X, that you haven't seen yet. Especially again based on our early conversations from a while back on stuff. So great to see you there, Sector X, and again, hopefully the new year is at least somewhat stable, not too crazy. So again, we're gonna just kind of roll with how we did that Galadriel there. Now, Sector X, is that the one that you were telling me about on the last stream that you were in? I think so, right? I think that's the printer you're talking about. I'm gonna roll with this. Let me try this here again. This is for Gollum here. We've got picture there, obviously. Now, so Sector X, it's crazy to think that all of this stuff, right? All of these figures, and even, stuff like this now. 1 month ago today is when I got the ability to make these. And of course, we have done somewhere upwards of 30 different designs of these. I have a bunch that aren't even printed out yet. That's how many of these that we got. And then, of course, well, now also doing busts like this right here. Hey there, Tater. Oh, look at this. Look at this, scrumptious. Taters? What's taters? Uh, how you doing there, scrumptious potato? Wow, that was really fortuitous. I literally had this in my head there, scrumptious. Yeah. Oh, wait. Time out. 1 second. 1 second here. There you go. Taters. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. It's like, so what's with the mashing? What are you doing that for? Oh man, you can make mashed potatoes. He's like, can you make twice baked potatoes? You mean like once for breakfast and then again for 11s? He's like, no, twice baked potatoes. You throw cheese on top of them and fish guts. sorry, sorry about that, scrumptious potato. Yes, we still do those, scrumptious potato. Yep, those still happen. In case you were wondering. Now, the only thing is now, scrumptious potato, we have many more characters. We have many more characters. The Silly Marillion has like quadrupled just in the last, well, I guess you could say in the last couple of weeks because of all these new guys here. And of course, there's probably some new, well, not probably, there's a whole bunch of new like emotes and stuff that you have not seen before. There's a whole bunch of those. And by a whole bunch, I mean probably like a dozen. Yep, some fun new animations. It's a precious, right? Scrumptious. It's kind of funny, Scrumptious, because after the stream last night, I think I must have started the slow cooker at 6 in the morning or something like that. And I literally like slept in the living room a few feet away from it so that I wouldn't oversleep and, well, bad things happen. But guess what was in there? There was some taters in there. There was taters in there because it was a slow cooker thing. It had been a long time since I last did anything that was slow cooker, so that was nifty. Now here we're gonna do water effects just like our Galadriel, and I mean other Galadriel, not this one. Actually, I should get that one. Ah, here it is. Yeah. So in here, I'm gonna just do a tiny little bit of water effects there over these water lilies, and I think I'm gonna probably use the quick set stuff. Yeah, I'm probably gonna use that. Yeah, my sister gave me some carrots and some potatoes, um, and some onions, and those all went together in the slow cooker with the chicken. Yes, indeed, and that's what we'll be having after the stream tonight. Yep, gonna be eating that. Actually, do I have the Gollum kitty? I do have the Gollum kitty here. Geez, Scrumptious, did you ever see the Lord of the Rings cats? I don't know if you ever saw the Lord of the Rings cats. But Sector X, it's really wild to think, how Gen 1 to, well, technically Generation 3. Okay, where's our other Gandalf? Here he is. It's just wild to go from that one to that one right there. So yeah, Scrumptious, if you check out here, speaking of linseed here, Scrumptious, this is where, yeah, all of the sessions get saved here because Twitch, they don't let you do that anymore. So like 5 years worth of stuff had to go over here. So yeah, that's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel there. That's where you needs to go. So Thrannual, I get, oh geez, my paper towel has all kinds of grass and flock and foliage stuff in it. So 1 second, I gotta, give me a second here. I have to basically take another piece of paper towel and stick that over there because, yeah, all of a sudden this has tons of flock and foliage in it. All right, so don't mind me. There we go. Okay. So there is tons and tons of new stuff there, Scrumptious. Many new game-changing abilities, right? Sectorix have emerged even just in the last matter of the last weeks. Actually, yeah, and then the oh yeah, the Maker World stuff that happened too. Yeah, that really changed again with the flats because now, so instead of this type of flat, now we can do this type. Actually, Scrumptious, you probably never saw the flats either. Yeah, you probably never saw the flats. I don't know if you've seen the BSG ships. Scrumptious, also you can check out the regular YouTube channel. That's got the Army Showcase videos. And one of the things that we'll be doing after the stream tonight is the primary photography of the Army of the Dead one. Yeah, we're doing that. Now for some later stuff here on Goldberry. Fine, we'll just throw that on here. Yeah, do this here. Yep, okay, that was good. That was a good plan. I still can't believe even this stuff actually translated. I mean, it's it's been really interesting. Again, totally unexpected that I'd be able to kind of get all these things working together. It has taken many extra hours of work. I mean, I've basically, for every 1 hour of all of the usual work, this took 1.5 hours. So, I mean, it literally, in addition to all other regular things, there's been this stuff. And finally now, Sectorix, finally, at long last, we're getting those results. So Scrumptious, we were able to save it in a variety of ways. Actually, one of the people in the stream right here was a major part of helping to save and preserve that stuff so it was not lost to history. Yeah, Sectorix, it's unbelievable. Again, you know, with the video stuff, all the stuff that we talked about in the early days, right? Sectorix, that has finally now come together. Now, obviously, it will even like say the Battlestar Galactica video. Even I look at that one, I say, gee whiz, I could do that in a fraction of the time, and it would be better. Oh, and then again, the ability to again to make miniatures that don't exist. So this is Kamul the Easterling before he became a wraith. This is kind of halfway during the process of Kamul becoming a wraith right here. And again, this is all, you know, these miniatures are going to be in the animations, which is extra fun. Hey, hey there, Camda. How you doing? Where the heck is Camda? I don't. Oh, where is Camda? How did I miss Camda? But anyway, how you doing there, Camda? Happy Sunday. Yep, it's 20 minutes into Sunday now. Now we're gonna start doing some of our darker glazy stuff. I'm gonna maybe just hit the bases here first. Of course, I finally found all of the brushes that I was missing on the last couple of streams because they were right next to me. Hey there, Camda. So Camda, unfortunately, the chat just like flew by. That's I'm scrolling up. I still don't even see it. So sorry about that, Camda. Now, Camda, were you able to get the crazy stuff that was going on with Streamlabs? Were you able to get that resolved there? Let's do this. So Camda, I spent hours basically creating a giant mess because I was doing all kinds of basing stuff for the other ones of these because I gotta obviously make a Instagram post on these, and they a lot of them they were sort of already dry thanks to our alkyds, right, Camda? That's fantastic there, Camda. I know that's just oh gosh, that is so painful, right? I mean that all kidding aside, that is legitimately excruciating dealing with that. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, hey, Camda. I, I might again if while I'm filming that, if there's any crazy discoveries that I make, Camda, I'll try to let you know immediately right away. But yeah, I will be filming tomorrow with these things right here. And again, we're going to be testing how these work with oils. That's the only reason. Because I told him, I said, look, don't bother sending them here. And they said, well, no, we want you to try. You're supposed to be able to put oils in them, so we want you to try them. I'm like, okay, you're sure about that? So yeah, that was what I was talking about last night there, Camden, that we're, uh, and then, obviously I'll try to use them on stream because it's one thing to film something, and then just like those golden maple brushes, right, Camden? It's like, okay, once they start getting beat up on a stream, it's very different from the 2 second TikTok videos, right? Actually, Sector X, Goldberry, they messaged me after like not sending me any messages in a long time, and then they were messaging me about that paint that I think Recoil had tried that stuff. Well, I'm gonna actually use my ultramarine blue over here, and unfortunately, all of it is gloss finish, like high gloss. I'm like, nope, that's a no bueno right there. They're like, well, you can put, obviously a matte medium over the top of it. Like, not while you're painting with it and filming. You can't do that. So I said, when you come up with the non-gloss versions of these things, then we'll talk. See, Sectorix, great minds think alike there, Sectorix. So Panther, hey Panther, how you doing? Of course, want to say hello before we get into the other stuff there. So Panther, what I was actually thinking of doing was, they would have the thinner pant. So right now, see, this is thinner stuff here, Panther. It wouldn't so much be. I'm not thinking of it like a standard brush. How I'm thinking of it is, we actually almost maybe dip them over here in some paint. So unlike all the acrylic stuff, Panther, which is just like you're stuck with whatever paint is in the marker itself, I'm going to augment what's in the marker over here on the palette. If that makes any sense, I don't know if it does, but that's kind of what we're going to try to do. That's at least that's the goal. We'll see if it plays out that way, Panther. The only way there's only one way we're going to know, right? What's the only way we're going to know? We got to try it, right, Thranuel? I mean, can you imagine, Camda, if I had tried the Paul Rubens paints, even as recently as 2 years ago, I basically probably would have said, Camden, that, oh, these don't work because they have no staining power. And at that time, we were still doing only pre-glaze. So I would have said they're useless. I mean, just think of the timing of that, Camden. So Scrumptious, the other thing I was talking about last night on stream was taking the Prismacolor, almost waxy type colored pencils, and I used to do this back in the day with Turpenoid, and that would basically sort of you would put the Prismacolor on the surface, hit it with the Turpenoid, that would kind of melt it a little bit, for lack of a better term, and then you would actually use that almost like it was sort of like a watercolor thing. Scrumptious, it almost turned into a watercolor wash. I mean, it's been one giant science experiment for years, hasn't it, Thranuel? A giant science experiment for years. But Camda, I mean, obviously it. No, there's no jest in that, Camda. That's all 100% serious. If I had tried them, if you had said, "Oh, hey, try these Paul Rubens things" years ago, we would have said, "Nah, these things just don't work." Because we would have tried them with pre-glaze, they would not have worked, or they would have been dicey at best, and we would have said, "Nah, well, this was a failure. Not sure if we're going to see these again." Actually, Camden, that's why I want to try the. I'm gonna actually have to be another. So okay, those are okay. That's be different stuff then. All right, good to know. That's the only place I'm gonna be using that, I guess. So yeah. No, I'm gonna use this. Let's use this. So Camden, that's why I want to try and find the. Oh gosh, what were the Holbeins? And try those again, but with our darker primer method. Now I only got two of them, so the testing will be limited. But even with those two, but they're well. Remember the berry white green, which is kind of sort of. It was almost like radiance before there were radiants, Camden. Well, Camden, it's almost like you do words. Actually, Camden, oh, you know what? We have to have a pun trophy, Camden. We need some kind of animation or something like that. That's like a little trophy for you or Grand Oracle or Surface Tension or something like that. Yeah, I think that would be kind of fun, Camden, to have a little pun champion there for whoever is the tosses out the best punnage. Boy, and Thranio, since obviously from the painting backdrop, it's just something you're used to, right? You don't even think twice about it. And for a lot of folks, when the miniature stuff, it's devastating to them. I mean, and I don't mean that in like a a jestful way or something. I mean, they get genuinely upset. At something like this here, right? They're like, "What is going on with that? I don't want that. I can't deal with that." And me, I'm like, "What do you mean? This is very deliberate compared to what I'm usually doing." Yeah, usually it's way messier than this, right, Camden? Yeah, let's get going here. Let me see where we are. So 29 minutes ago, again, all three of these had no paint on them. Yes, messy, but also, again, there was no paint on any of them not long ago. Yeah, and I know that it's definitely an adjustment at the annual. Definitely an adjustment for folks. So Sector X, I think it was just the other day. I think it was at Christmas or whatever. I was using your example of the, the Lamborghini and the horse-drawn, or no, sorry, the horse carriage with the electric motor in it. Yeah, I was using that example. Come on, get in. There we go. Now maybe here, I'm going to go with this here magento. A little violet maybe. Come on. And these leaves here. Just because. So yeah, yeah, Threnuel, I know it can be difficult. People see that and they kind of like outright discouraged. They say, "Oh man, this can't be what it's supposed to. This can't be what I'm supposed to be doing. It can't end this way." And then we set that aside. We go to Gollum here. We start doing some of this. Maybe some of our Van Dyke Brown as well. And then again, the last tutorial video was pre-glaze. And every time I kind of do something like that, it reminds me that it kind of slows things down in comparison to what our, oh, and also too, I'm going to try to get the water effects on here. Yeah, we're going to do water effects on this as well, just like our Galadriel one. More this on our rocks. This is just bulletin board cork, super simple. Well, also to our homemade basing material, that will be our tile grout. I mean, that was one of the greatest basing discoveries of all time, the tile grout. Actually, that over there. More of our Payne's gray. Again, some of that mixed with maybe even a little bit of this. So this is kind of a semi-opaque glazy thing here. Man, my hand, this entire surface here is covered in all kinds of flock residue. Oh my gosh. Look at this, candle. We got some mixing going on there. Down we go. Using some gravite there. Yeah, and again, I hope that Camda, you get to do some streams there. Streamlabs just acts like it's supposed to, and you can do just some kind of fun, maybe little mellow streams to just kind of get back into it, like you said. It sure is, Daniel. It sure is. Some of this. And we'll be getting some interesting stuff in the darker mid-tone areas on our Gollum here. So again, right there doing some mixing. Some of our Payne's gray. And this, and of course, this is not the Williamsburg Payne's gray. And that would have zero staining power, as in none whatsoever. So that wouldn't be a color that's even on the palette if it was not for the whole darker primer, uh, you know, technique there. Yeah, I can't. I know when there's been all the chaos and the long layoff and stuff like that. It's tough because I think you were just sort of it was getting to be kind of part of, and not necessarily every single day, but it was definitely getting to be a part of the almost of the routine. And it didn't always take much to zap the routine, does it? Does it, Camda? Where's our Schmaladra? So again, we're going to be doing all kinds of fun, darker, glazy stuff now on our Schmaladriel here. Because, yeah, the basing stuff, don't need to mess with that anymore. This is pretty much what we did, again, on all of our... We did a whole entire army, if you remember. Whole entire army of these. And guess what? There's still technically more to do. There is more to do. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf. Remember I was telling you that they act differently on different devices? Yeah, so the same thing will act very differently on, say, the iPad versus on a laptop versus on the phone. And I don't mean like now, of course, aside from the fact that they sometimes they're almost impossible to use on one device or another. It's you get different results. Like if I'm looking to do one thing, I might do it on the iPad using the exact same thing, the exact same AI stuff, and it would act differently on the laptop. It would act differently on the Surface Pro. It would act differently on the phone. I couldn't even describe how they're different, but they definitely act differently. There is no question about it. They don't just act differently, they look different. The results I get on one looks very different than the results on the other. And I asked about that, and that's a legit thing. That actually happens. So depending on what the device is, you will get a different style of image or something like that than you would on another, and I get different device. Same exact platform, two different results, three different results. Maybe even more. And then that's sometimes now part of it is the workflow is such that I can't just do it. I'll have like 10 GPT windows and 10 Grok windows open just on one device. And imagine that across 4 devices. I'll have usually 2 to 3 meshy windows open. Let's see, at least 2 to 3 VidNAs. That's another one that you could potentially use. Sky Reels. Sky Reels is reeling a little bit. That is one that's kind of that one's starting to fade a little bit. Again, without some of the other platforms, I would have no choice but to use it. Trying to get some of our darker midtones now into our Dark Queen Schmaladriel here. Now, Camda, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, I don't think you've had a chance to do that just yet. So if you would like to share some things in that chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda Paints with the oils. Let me do this. So this is kind of what we did with Goldberry with that other more opaque. So again, that's almost like it's an opaque glaze there, or semi-opaque glaze. It does not have to be ultra translucent. And that's not just an oil paint thing. I used to do it with acrylic. I used to do it with watercolors. So yeah, scrumptious. Yeah, I used to with watercolors. I used to do lots of opaque glazes. I know that sounds really like the antithesis of watercolors. Oh, and also, of course, right, Camden oils are the original watercolors. Yeah, oils are the original watercolors. Grab. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't want to forget about this one here. It's one of our new crafty brushes there. Thanks for doing that, Camda. And everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just posted there and give Camda Paints a follow. Don't want to miss it when Camda starts painting again and streaming again. Yeah, Camda, I kind of realized that in the early days there was a lot of resistance to this. And yeah, if you some of the folks that were there in those early days, they definitely remember that there was resistance, kind of the kind of resistance that we're experiencing now on other fronts. Which actually that has made things be a little bit less frustrating, or just shocking, I guess. So I just kind of changed that around. Change that around now for I'm gonna try to do the little fishy. Little fishy. I guess we're gonna do the little fishy. Like we did these little fishies right here. That's Wally the Walrus. He's one of the more beloved characters on the channel. Gollum, not so much. Not so much. Where's our... So that's actually ultramarine blue and phthalo green together. I have to say I was still tempted to paint this like a Swedish fish. I mean, I can always print up another version and we paint it like a Swedish fish. It would certainly, promote the whole kind of gumminess of the whole thing, no doubt. So ultimately, whoops, there we go. Ultimately, that's kind of what we're looking to do there. So again, everybody check out the Insta link that Camda just posted. There we go. Could get some of that in here.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my ganja.
Thank you so much, Cowboy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that follow. I guess we'll do it this way right here. So let me guess. Frodo said, "Hey, you want the ring?" And you said, "I'll take that." It's like, actually, I wish it was that simple. You know that cave troll? Oh yeah, Alex. Yeah, I remember him. It's like, poof. He had like 20 loaves of lambus bread all at once. It's like I heard I heard Moria wasn't quite the same. Oh, you had to be there. That was terrible. Let's see what happens now on our big Gandalf 6 here for Cowboy 3553. And up, speaking of threes, there you go. A nice solid roll. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Not too low, not too high. Okay, we got to let these have a chance to set a little bit now that we've done those. Actually, we can do a little bit of this up here. Goldberry needs some right there. Okay, that's good. Oh, that's right. I did actually. That's why I wanted to get some of the branches out. Well, we could still hang some icicles off of this. Okay, so we're still good. We are still good there. Now we'll try to get some of this, maybe Naples yellow-ish in the hair. Well, let's try and do that. Let's see if we can do that. Maybe with this here. Now we got all kinds of glazy stuff, which means that got to be thinking as dry as possible with the brush here. Even then, still picking up a whole bunch of that. And we still even have more here that are all prepped and ready to go. All right, we've got our Warg Rider, we've got a Legolas, we also have the Mouth of Sauron here ready to go. And like I said, I will try to find just to see if I've got any more of the files for our Battlestar Galactica ships, some of the larger ships. But there will be Battlefleet Gothic ships making a return. Take a little. Actually, okay, so yeah, we did do that then. All right. Let me try some of that. So it's actually got some of our Radiant Magenta in there, or no, Radiant Violet-ish. In some ways, almost more of a Radiant Magenta now that I think about it. This ear can't be quite that dark. There we go. So you can see that that's already starting to build a little bit. Then we just kind of have to leave the rest of that along with our Gollum here. Let me see what we can do for this cloth stuff here. Let me just some of the Van Dyke Brown, some of the Umber. I mean, again, nothing earth-shattering at all. Okay, good enough. Now let us see. Get that stuff out of the brush. Take this and some of our Festmat white too, maybe. And you can see right away that is doing a whole bunch of mixing there. Look at that. Refresh that brush. Blammo. You'd almost think there was a pre-glaze on that, but there is not. So again, the next Flat Thursday, we will actually be getting back into flats. And I think that's what you'll be seeing on Flat Thursdays for a wee while, as we're going to be getting really, really strong into the flats again. And those are the files. Again, I make those myself, as in the design, as in the STL file, everything 100% made by me. Ultimately, the whole idea is that you will not need to, like for the Patreon page, you want to follow along with whatever video. You won't have to go, oh, well, that's like the 15th Patreon that I have to buy into to be able to do that series or that video. If more and more of the figures are ones that I make, well, you don't have to worry about that, because again, those files will be part of the Patreon page. I mean, you could see just how shiny that is. I mean, ideally, we would have ourselves at least one other figure or two other ones that we could kind of bounce over to, but we don't have that, so we'll just go this way. We'll just do what we got. Back here a little more, and again, you can see how that the little craft brush type filbert brush. Again, you can see it's already starting to mix together there. It's starting to lighten some areas up, change some of the color as well. So with oils, there is no, okay, I'm just going to use this color right in this here, or I'm just going to have this, one little thing mixed with this. It's like, no, it's it's mixing on the surface all the time. This is actually your palette here. This other thing over here, this piece of parchment paper that's clipped on to a piece of cardboard, that's just, we call that a color storage device right there. That's no palette. And then guess what? We'll let him have a chance to set for a bit. I might need to hit our dark in there too. Let's get some of the paint out of this here brush. 1 second. Got way too much of it sitting in there. Let's take some of this. And now we'll get into some of the, well, basically skin tones, for lack of any better term. You can see how some of this is getting to be a little bit less shiny now. Even at this very early stage, the paint is starting to, it's that thing that we call set. Dry, no. Set, yes. More of that up here. Let me see if we can't. Actually, now that I've got some of these other brushes back out here. So, wait a minute. That just. There we go. One of my lights bumped into that and changed the setting that it was on. Actually, I'm going to move this again. This is, we did an entire army based on this. Like the whole Dark Clean Schmaladriel thing so much, we made a whole army based on that theme, and that was very, very, very fun. Okay, let's break this down a little bit here. I don't think I want this to be too thin. That is for the hair. Which again, that still is mixing with that glazy stuff there. This is one of our craft brushes here. One of those golden maple craft brushes. We need more of that back here. Refreshing that paint a little. You can see how that's mixing with the, basically that cobalt teal bluish, that turquoise color that's already there. Can you imagine if I had to do that just like one layer of paint at a time? It would take 15 streams just to paint the hair. We don't really want to do that. Piece of, there we go. That was a piece of our hot glue there. A little string of that stuff. What do we got? Yeah, let's do this now. A little more back here. You can look, see all that teal color on the end of the brush. What does that mean? That means I gotta refresh that brush. And well, looky there. See how that covers it, but it's already starting to again blend with what's there, which means that the more intense I want this color to be, I have to go back to the palette and refresh. Right now, I want it to be doing all of this blending and mixing of stuff, because now I don't have to figure out, okay, what do I mix with this to get this? It's like I just take this and throw it on there and I get this. Okay, fine. We'll lighten that up a little bit too. This. Some more, yeah. You have to maybe fill in a little bit of that darker stuff right there. It's right by the ear. I don't, as much as I would like there to be hair texture, I don't know if I think we might have to go non-hair texture. Probably, oh, that's right, I was still remembering the King of the Dead, which was one of the ones we did last night. And I will have to print him out bigger, because actually there was enough space on the base to get that whole, because that's one of the few that just for whatever reason it did an integrated base. Where's there? There's the other skelly friend. Like, there was another skelly friend on this thing. I don't think there's a third one. Nope, there's just these two. So we're just about 1 hour in here now. And again, with the oils, it's a fact of life. Sometimes things are just going to have to get kind of on the messy side before they can be neat, or before you can get to kind of that much finer detail type stuff. Where's our extra? I just wanted to see here. Yeah, I think we will do the sort of Naples yellow in the eye, at least to get started here. Let's hit this from the other angle here. All right, there we are. Smidge more. Oh, the chompers. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Happy Sunday. Thanks, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, it's really wild to see Dark Queen Schmaladriel in this form. And I think, Gollum might have some fangs on him as well. Oh, this does. He does. Oh, and of course, our Mouth of Sauron really has chompers on him too, right, Grand Oracle? So yeah, Grand Oracle, I've got flock and foliage all over the place here because I was putting that stuff on every single figure. Oh, and by the way, Grand Oracle, we have, it's not exactly a Doomsday palette, but we do have our Cobalt Teal Bluish out on the palette. That's actually on the brush right now. Yeah, Grand Oracle had no idea what to expect. I mean, there are some of them that quite literally do have the facial proportions of the specific person. I did not get a chance to print anything before the stream. I was trying to make a bunch of printing files between the Gimli, the Elrond, and some more of the flats. I suppose it's all good because I want to also try to get a something for Armada Monday, and that I'm hoping to maybe have a Battlestar Galactica fig also printed out for tomorrow. That's for sure, right, Grand Oracle? Series 7 versus Paul Rubens. And a race to empty your wallet. Which one's going to win, Camja? Which one's going to win? So, yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm looking very much forward to filming that video. I think I might just, again, we'll just use the Legolas figure here with the, I almost called them oil brushers, Grand Oracle. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Oh, geez, I gotta get some thinner sitting on this here. Nice to see you there, Inganes. And of course, Inganes, why don't you share some of your stuff in the chat? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow because Inganes also streams the oil painting. Yeah, Camda. Now, what's interesting with those, and I have done it with the acrylic versions of them, is hold them on their side and almost use those a bit like filbert brushes. And that was just, the acrylic ones that I found on Amazon. So, but check out that Instagram link that Ankana's just posted. Trying to lighten up this a little bit more on that side too. So Grand Oracle, great to see you. Kind of going with some of the not radiant, radiant green here. You can, of course, again, you can see the yellow that worked its way into the here, and then again on the, well, whatever cloth shards or whatever. This does not quite have as much of the torn up cloth shards as the sample figure did. Hit this a little bit lighter. Yeah, there we go. Up here towards the top, I'm going to get the white and we'll mix that in with our cobalt teal blush. And of course, this does not have a whole bunch of thinner on it. In fact, it has virtually none. It's the only reason why any paint sticks there. Hey there, Valfera. So yeah, I started it around, almost around midnight there, Valfera. So Valfera, that the takeaway is that every team in the NFL stinks, like we've always said, right? There's no such thing as like actual good teams. There's decent teams. Because even with this game here, you one or two plays, And Seattle goes from, well, they were totally in control of this game to what the heck happened? Now we're about to lose. You go into a Georgia type situation there, or a Green Bay type situation all of a sudden. I mean, there were early on, right, Valfira, and boy, just took some injuries to wipe them out. And just taking this going over the top, but it's not a layered approach. We're actually mixing a whole bunch of stuff with that. And what I might do, no, I still want to give him a little bit more time. There's still a little bit of the shiny stuff there, and I think even the same thing with Goldberry here. Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit longer on that. Well, Vilfira, the interesting thing is, maybe it's because it's the 40th anniversary, but I keep all of these highlights from Bears games keep popping up from 1985, and you could say that there was a whole bunch of things that had to go absolutely right that season. There was an early season game against Tampa Bay where they had to score 40 something points to win, and that's when Tampa Bay was even worse than they are now. That was the Dreamsicle era Tampa Bay, and it took a touchdown pass from Walter Payton to Jim McMahon. Then, well, I think you remember the Vikings game, right? Where McMahon comes off the bench to throw the 3 touchdown passes. Now, let's put it this way: if Walter Payton on the very first pass doesn't do a heroic blitz pickup on a linebacker, McMahon is probably in a morgue instead of in the Super Bowl. That's the only reason why that game turned out the way it was. Because the best running back in the league also took pride in his pass blocking. Even the game against the Rams, the one I think was it 24-0 or something like that. You think, oh, they must have totally destroyed him. Well, actually, not so much. It was 7-0. Time was counting down at the end of the first half, and actually, Los Angeles was fairly deep in Bears territory. They should have at least gotten a field goal, but terrible clock management, they got nothing. Yeah, that should have at least been 7-3 at halftime, if not 7-7. And there was multiple other times, even the fumble return for the touchdown that ended the game. They were at midfield when that happened. So I think somehow Velfair, we just kind of like look back and think, oh yeah, that game there was like no chance from the very first whistle to the last. They had no chance. It's like, well, that's even then that wasn't necessarily the case. Okay, yeah, now we've got some more lights on the crown there. Yeah, Velfair, what it was, what if he doesn't break out? What if he don't have all the offensive stuff? There's so much that goes into a season where you win it all. There we go. Let me do some more of this here. And even in this game for Seattle, where they were just running up and down the building and absolutely stomping on San Francisco, there's a couple of plays that weren't made. They might still be playing right now. Yeah, Velfair, and there's only so much you can do because, well, let's put it this way, the 49ers quarterback almost got erased. As in, like, he was nearly snuffed out of existence on one of the last plays of the game. So there we go. Again, starting to really generate some nice. And this is nowhere near our latest light here either. Now, what's interesting, Valfira, is that in that last game, I think you saw there was a lot of accusations back and forth of dirty stuff on both sides. Where's our ledger? So you can kind of see how that's playing out. Looking kind of on the similar side there. Where's my? Oh yeah, it's this stuff here. Nope, that is too late. I'm gonna back away a little bit here. There we go. Now, ironically enough, Velfer, I might have sent you the original image. The original image, she looks like black licorice. Because obviously, I said Dark Queen Galadriel, so it's very dark. I mean, basically, she's kind of like a ring wraith. But we already knew how we wanted to paint our Schmeladriel, right, Valfira? It had to be done like all of our other Dark Queen Schmeladriels, which I think this is actually almost number 4. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you were in here when I was telling Camda that I might have to create some kind of a trophy or an animate or something for the person that drops down the best pun in the stream. We'll have to see if we can have a championship pun trophy or something like that. There we go. And all 3 of our figures, 1 hour, 12 minutes, just looked exactly like the amount the cell run here because I just brushed on the same dark brown primer. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. So yeah, Grand Org, I was just thinking, when you and Surface Tension and Camda maybe get into a little bit of a pun warfare situation. That way, whoever emerges victorious. Of course, Valfira, probably the. Oh yeah, that Duke's Mayo Bowl, Valfira, where the winning coach has to submit to having 4.5 gallons of mayonnaise dumped on him. I wouldn't want 4.5 teaspoons dumped on me. Because yeah, teaspoons are the smaller ones, right? Yeah, I wouldn't even want 4.5 whatever's micrometers of that stuff dumped on me. That's probably the one thing that I probably wouldn't even eat if it's like, well, okay, you either starve or you have some mayonnaise here. It's like, well, looks like we're starving. Come on, give me a little. There we are. Yeah. Again, not our latest light yet. It's pretty light, but not massively light. Maybe get a little bit of a light on our little skelly friend over here. Velfira, they had, what do they call them? The Mayo Maniacs. They were running around on the sidelines and they were throwing up containers of mayo at people into the crowd, and they would just basically take the container and like essentially chug as much of it as they could, and they would toss the container back down to them. That was just really weird. Although that still would be way better than what was going on in that Carolina Tampa Bay game. Some people kind of were describing that as an end of season preseason game. Although I will say this, Cam, to Seattle has the defense and all that kind of stuff. The offense is kind of and their special their special teams not so special. So I was a little bit bummed there, Valfira, that it wouldn't create like the actual plans for something like the gingerbreaderous. It could make that image, but then I said, okay, you've got all the proportions here. Make me essentially like a blueprint of it. And well, that didn't quite do that, unfortunately. Huge surprise, I know, right? I'm gonna give me some of this violet here. More of that violet. Mix it with our phthalo green to create phthalo violet. Yeah, look at this. We got phthalo violet, just kind of like we have indigo violet. There you go. So yes, the name of the company is Dukes, and they had like celebrity chefs walking into the announcers' booths with four-course meals with mayo in them. Hey there, Alpha. Bonjour. How you doing? Appreciate you being here, Alpha. There, I'll try to bring out and show you the ones we did last night. So it was We Three Kings. So Aragorn brought the gold. The Witch King brought the frankincense. And the King of the Dead brought the myrrh. So we continued our holiday festivities gummy bear style. Lord of the Rings gummy bear style. There. Come on. Nice. There we go. Need to darken this down a little bit, maybe. Get the phthalo green and the cobalt teal bluish mixed together there. Steve Elfield, that's where we have to create the pun trophy. We need a pun trophy. I'm also going to attack that too. Yeah, that makes a little more sense there. So, Alpha, I hope that everything goes well. And, of course, Happy New Year. So, yeah, Velfira did the slow cooker thing. It was one of the weirdest times to actually start it. I think it was something like 6:40 in the morning or something when I started that. Come on, there we go. And again, we might bounce back over to our Gollum. in a second there for surface tension. How you doing there, surface tension? Why don't you share some of the stuffs in the chat there? So great to see you there, surface tension. Everyone, again, check out this link that surface tension going to share. Yes, with so Doji just stepped into a very intense pun competition there. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that surface tension just posted. Again, more oil painted miniatures there. And you can kind of see that a lot of the shininess is gone here from some of our Shadow Warriors where all the glaze stuff went. Yeah, Grand Oil, though. Then you'll have to decide amongst each other who the champion pun, the most puntastic person is. You know what? I'm going to get me some more of my light down here on our little skelly friends. Let me just get some more of our little violet in there, too. Surface tension, yeah, that's even those orcs, even the trolls that I printed out for the 10mm stuff. Yep, those were diminutive, as they might say. Yes, they were just a little bit on the diminutive side. I don't want these to get too light, because again, in this kind of soil, whatever, they would almost they turn black because they essentially absorb all the minerals and such in the soil around them. When they're in some kind of a museum or whatever, right? And they essentially bleach all that stuff out of them. And that's why bone appears to not be like the typical kind of color that you will see on, whatever, oil painted or any kind of skulls for that matter, not oil or acrylic. It's funny, Grant Oracle, if that was obviously the method that I'm using. My biggest concern is that it just kind of falls off and goes down the drain. That happens with some of the Coco's models stuff there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, some of those turrets will come off of the turret sprue and down the drain they go. Because the first thing they do is they kind of get a soak in the, whatchamacallit first, the rubbing alcohol first. No problem there. No problem there. Fair. I just, if you want to do a film noir, I think we'll grab our Galadriel to do that with, because that really does work pretty well, I think, for that topic, for sure. And not our Dark Queen Shmaladriel, but our regular one there. And he was you. I'm going to get some of this. I might even throw a little touch of the magenta in there. I will now take something that I can use as a blending brush here. No, that's going to be too rough. We got these over here. Let's use these. So we got this big old blob of that magenta. Oh, well, look at what's going to happen here. Do we see a hard edge there anymore? I don't think so. Hard edge is all gone. But what it did do was tint some of the lighter areas to more of a light mid-tone here. So yeah, I've never actually had a wash and cure machine there, Grand Oracle, because well, the ever since I saw on the bottle of the Psoriatic stuff, do not use this with a wash and cure machine. It all has to be entirely dry before it can be cured. So yeah, Valfair, if you want to do your usual film noir thing as you tap there, we'll try to get you a good film noir with a few examples. I mean, that's got, and I don't know if I want that much magenta everywhere. A little bit on the underside of his ears there. Now, of course, even in something like here, let's break out the Galadriel there, and let's do ourselves a little film noir. And if there was a little more value on Gollum there, you couldn't tell that this is almost more like magenta violet, uh, radiant gray as color, and then this would be all of the turquoise over here. Here, let's get our color back. And there we go. So, yep, we are matching our Dark Queen Galadriel here. You can see just how much more green and how much warmer our Army of the Dead was, even though there was a lot of phthalo green on him too. So see you later there, Valfera. Thanks again for being here. Appreciate that. Oh, there's a big old blob of something there on the yeah. Let's get rid of that. Come on, in you go there. Let's let that mix together a little. Start to think about a little more, like right along there, right along the cheeks there, top of the nose. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. So Valfera, you can kind of see we're gonna get to, we got some of the magenta stuff working in there, and then we're gonna get almost like that yellowish gray. So Valfera, I'll shoot you some messages. Again, I was one of the reasons I was later was again it took hours to do all of this flock and foliage and all these guys, and there's hours more because now I got to kick off all the extra stuff that is stuck to these things. I think we. Oh, I think we. Oh, here's another one. Yeah, look at this surface tension. So Armored Wolf had printed out a bunch of these. These are the Make It Epic basing ones, but they're printed out much larger. I got to remember to do that surface tension with a ton of basing bits myself. Now again, we've got Gollum here, but we also have, remember our Gollum kitty. 1 second, let me grab that here because it of course fell on the floor. Not sure where it even went. So 1 second here. Of course, there's no light down there, so I can't see anything. And I'm sure he rolled underneath me or something like that. So let me try and track him down here. Because if I try to move the chair, He will most certainly be right underneath the chair. So 1 second here, just trying to find him. Because he bounced off of something and went somewhere. Alright, I think we're just going to maybe have to abandon that search. Because I have no clue where he might be. Not seeing him there. Not seeing him there. And I'm sure he is like directly underneath the chair. Which means I can't move the chair. I was actually grabbing him to use him as a reference. So much for that plan. Let me see if one of these is at least light enough to give me some kind of light down here. Oh, there he, boy, and I was right. He was literally right underneath the chair, so I kind of want to do the eyes like that. And he was right underneath the leg of the chair. Hey there, Sea Dragon, how you doing? So take care there, Valfera. Great to see you again, Sea Dragon. Hope that all is well. Now I got to remember not to do the pupils like cat's eyes. There we go. Boy, it's interesting now how this is really kind of set. This is really set compared to what it was like just a little bit ago. So I've got to get this stupid little chunk of something off of there. There we go. Now, yeah, everybody check out the Mastodon link there that Surface Tension posted. So hopefully you are now pretty much recovered from all of the relatives and dogs and everything else that was at the house over the holidays. So have yourself a good night there, Valfera. Nope, nope, nope. I want this. Use this. Let's get, there we go. Get that going again. Something much. Let me have a little bit of the Payne's Gray in there still. There we go. Oh, thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. We could certainly use a wee spot of that right now. So thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. So in a little bit, we'll go refresh the medicine too, of course. So appreciate that, Surface Tension. Maybe work a little bit more this in here. Alright, now let's go maybe a little bit of magenta and violet together. Here, let's try a little bit of that. Actually, per the conversation last stream, Surface Tension, have any pairs of underpants gone missing in the last 24 hours? Since, again, based on our discussion there, and the penchant for thievery that some of the guest dogs had. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Hopefully, no new skills were permanently acquired there, Surface Tension. At least as far as the theft of underpants goes. Okay, yeah, just should have just put a drop of thinner on here. I always keep forgetting that, right? And I just keep forgetting to put the new ones because our green had it. Yep, surface tension. All of a sudden, you find that the underwear drawer is empty suddenly. I think you'll know where the guilty party just might be. There we go. I was hoping that it would be we'd be able to have some fun like this with the eyes, Sea Dragon. Now I did not get new underpants, but I did get new wool socks, just in time for. I would imagine, of course, it's probably going to be stupid warm again. Now that I have the wool socks, because I have to in the next week or so. Actually, Armored Wolf. Well, I don't think it really affects you too much, but I know somebody posted something on Facebook about with the post office. If there is no postmarking on that day, it could be delayed up to 3 or 4 days for the actual postmark to be on there. I was not aware of this change, but for estimated quarterlies, I guess I'm going to have to do those several days early now. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Everybody, please say hello to Art of Mike Disney. So, Mike, if you want to share, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Everybody give Art of Mike Disney a follow. So, Happy New Year there, Mike. I hope that you are doing well. And, of course, Art of Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff there yet, but please go ahead and do the same thing. Not sure if you still got all the ice going out there. Yeah, that's for sure. So, again, great to see you there, Mike. Now, Mike, I think you saw some of the initial batches of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears being painted. I do believe, let me see. Last night, so these were, was it 21, 22, and 23? Last night, so this is 24, 25, and 26. Yeah, and there's still more coming. So here's again, we've got Gollum, Galadriel, and here's Goldberry over here. So there's Goldberry. So yeah, we have been doing these for weeks now. Another recent batch here was Alex the Cave Troll and Gandalf on Shadowfax. And I think again I could. We've been doing these usually like 3, 4 a stream. Of course, this is one of our very first batches right here. We had Saruman and Grima as part of that batch. And oh, I don't think you saw this. This was one of my newest tutorial videos. This is another bust that I made. And the whole idea was the integrated plinth made this very easy to print out in FDM, much larger. So there's the big version of it. Again, that's printed out in FDM. And the idea was, you have this big old plinth here that's integrated in with the body. So didn't take long for our Gollum to all of a sudden take shape here. Now did it? And again, everybody please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. And check out that Instagram link that Art of Michael just posted. Get a little bit lighter on his schnoz there. Well, we can always take our blending brush to that for sure. And of course, on our New Year's Eve stream, we did ring in the New Year in our usual time zone. Started with the Eastern, went to Central, Mountain, Pacific, and then our Alaska time there. And again, this is 5 years now. 5 years now, Micah doing that. Surface tension, I did send you that picture of gingerbreadorus, right? I'm pretty sure that I did. I was very disappointed that it didn't actually come up with, because again, I thought it was, I told it, give me basically like a blueprint so that I could actually make it in gingerbread. Well, it was going to be not ginger, it's going to be the nutmeg log recipe because that I could actually, again, press some texture into that. And then, oh yeah, we were talking last night, right, Grand Oracle, about doing taking the food coloring and essentially weathering it. So yeah, that would be gingerbreadorus. Let's get some of our reflected light here on the underside of Gollum's face here now. Does that have too much thinner in it? Maybe not. Here, let me just take that and yank that to the right, to the left. Well, that's a good one. Actually, now surface tension. I think you. Oh, geez, you might have heard me talking about how I want to have a a trophy that we can award for the best puns in the stream. So yeah, I got to create some kind of a trophy animation there. And of course, we have our new hype train animation. We also have well, the animation almost specifically done for Camda. The one that says I do words. There we go. Bam. We're getting here now with our Gollum. We're starting to get him figured out. A little bit different from our original one. So that's Gollum 1.0 right there. This is Gollum 2.0. Now, Camda, he is very well aware there's things we do on the stream. There are some things we do not do on the stream. Names and dates and times, negative on those. But look at this, a big check mark, a big green check mark for I do words. Okay, you can forget about times. Words, yes, no names. Forget the dates. Forget the times. I do words. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. Happy New Year, Neshlin. Great to see ya. So Neshlin, this is super fun because well here's our Gollum right there, and then of course we're having fun with our Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Look at that. We also have Goldberry, and I'm just been waiting. You can see some of this stuff is still a little bit on the shiny side. We're just waiting for some of those glazy things to set. Actually, now, Mike, did you get a chance to do some streams over the holidays, or was it just too busy, too crazy to do some streaming there? And again, if you want to post, I think it's usually doing a Discord link, right? Right, Mike? I think it's usually a Discord link. Oh, and by the way, it hasn't even been 2 hours yet. Yeah, we're not even 2 hours into this adventure here. Yeah, let's get this going now. And that's a little bit different. It's got a little bit more of a cooler tone to it. I mean, I get we're only just getting really into it now because it's only just now getting around that 2 hour mark. Yeah, we got ourselves some very big experiments coming up. Uh, some of it around, okay, can we get oil paint in those marker pens? Then I'm going to test them on a variety of things. We'll also be doing a terrain video with the well with both of them actually. Yeah, might actually do a terrain video with both the acrylic and the oil ones. Because I think that is where they have their most usage. Again, Grand Oracle, based on what I did with the model train stuff, and it going over things like the rivets and some of the metal ribbing on the train there so much more easily. And of course, well, like we were talking, the Gundam folks, you have been using those for quite some time. And I will be printing out some more flats of this type right here. So I've got a couple of the Japanese themed flats that I reworked, well, last night, whatever, this morning after the last stream. I'll try to get those printed up tonight. Also going to try and see if I've got some Battlestar Galactica ships that I can print up for Armada Monday. And then we'll probably be doing a few Armada Mondays worth of Battlefleet Gothic. So this one coming up is going to be BSG because I have to kind of lock in the color scheme of the other stuff. But once that color scheme's locked in, then we'll start getting into Battlefleet Gothic on Armada Mondays again. Hey there, Sakari. How you doing? Great to see you there, Sakari. I hope that January is treating you well here this brand new year. So welcome back. Yeah, I'm going to use some of this here. So Sakari, and of course we'll get back to our Dark Queen Schmaladriel here because that will be very fun. And we haven't forgotten Goldberry. We're just, I think, pretty much now everything there has set pretty well. Oh, where's there one? In many ways, she's going to be kind of like this. We're doing a lot of the same things that we did here on that Goldberry. Need a little. There we are. Come on. Gango creature. That's wasn't that what Faramir said? Oh, that's right. I do actually have a Faramir file. I just keep forgetting to print that one, so I gotta remember to get Faramir printed out. Oh, that's right, Sakari. Actually, Sakari, I think you were able to share that last stream, right? Yeah, I think you were able to share that last stream. So, if you wanted to share that again, please go ahead. So I'm pretty sure the next batch that we do, yeah, we'll be getting when we do our next batch of say, our Warg Rider and Mouth of Sauron and probably Gimli or whatever. That's going to put us over 30 of these darn things printed and painted. And we are literally celebrating the 1 month anniversary of my ability to make these. Yeah, it was only 1 month ago that I could even create the files themselves. It's pretty shocking, right, Grand Oracle, to think it's just been only that long. That is just crazy. Because again, the original batch, I think there was maybe four. No, there was 5 files that we were able to do. That's it. Now let's get to the fishy here. The wee little fish. You know, I might even use some of our green in there. Now again, at some point I will have to do this again and do this fish here like a Swedish fish. For this one, I just kind of wanted something that was going to be not necessarily super realistic, but just a little bit less, what would you say, artificial. Only because we're just going to continue all of the same ways we've been painting these all along. Now that we are dozens into it, might as well keep going on the same trajectory there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Sakari just posted. Surface tension. Of course, I don't want to drop him again. Here he is. So here's the take a vote. Which one is creepier there, surface tension? Since this is how all cats are, this almost, you don't even notice this, but this right here, that is almost more creepy. And again, you can see he's right down. That's the reference right there. It's that's hilarious. So Sakari, if you look back through some of the older episodes, we did an entire batch of Lord of the Rings cats. It all started with the Argo kitties. So it was the Argonath, which were rendered as cats. Then we did Cat Doff, Cat Ladriel. I think Gimli was like one of those really long hair, like one of those really super long haired type cats. There was Boromir. Yeah, there was Boromir, and Legolas was a Siamese cat. Yeah, Legolas was a Siamese cat. And I'm pretty sure a bunch of those episodes are on that Linseed Fellowship channel. See you in a bit there, Surface Tension. See you in a bit. I'm sure there will be plenty of stuff barked at, right, Surface Tension? And again, everybody please check out that link that Sakari posted, also the link that Surface Tension posted, and also the link that Arda Michael posted, also the link that uh, Mike Disney posted. Boom, there we are. A little bit of lighter stuff on our fishy there. Nope, I gotta get this side. Let's get this side arranged here. I mean, even for whatever reason, even the fishy's got a smile on his face there. I'm gonna try and get me a little more light here on him, and we're gonna put some water effects down in there, just like our Galadriel, which is here. So we're gonna be putting some water effects around these water lilies here. I wasn't sure if you have those make it epic bits there, Armored Wolf, though, the water lilies. I got to remember to print some of those really giant too, because I have a couple of 72 mil figs. I think that would work really well with those. Let me get, there's this fin right there. there we go. Some of the gills, more of the scales. A little lighter on his schnoz there. Let me get this working in here a little bit later. Yeah, there we go. And again, we're only 2 hours in, and we are making ourselves significant progress on our gummy bears here. After this drill, one of the reasons I've been doing, well, I spent all that time putting all the flock and foliage on those is we're going to do the first Instagram post on our Lord of the Rings gummy bears because we haven't actually done one of those yet. And I figured that, well, we have enough of them. I'll do 10 on the first one, 10 on the second one, and by the time it rolls around, we'll have 10 more for a third post. That's just insane. To think that we're already, I mean, we're literally cranking out about 10 of these a week plus all the other brand new miniatures. As far as designs go and the painting goes. I would not imagine, Grand Oracle, that the marker pens or whatever we're going to call those things, paint markers, I guess is what we should call them. I don't think that they're going to do any kind of usefulness as far as speed goes. At least that is my initial projection, but only testing will prove that one way or another. Fairly certain they'll slow down the process, but who knows? Maybe they work really well as as filbert brushes. Because again, what you would do is basically just put the brush on its side, right? You'll have two very different types of brush strokes. If you all you gotta do is again just tilt it over on its side. That's all it would take. And that brush would suddenly become like almost like a half-inch brush or something just by virtue of doing that. Let me try to, because here, even here with a filbert brush, again, we can use it, that chisel edge, right? Very much in our favor. It's becomes quite the utility type brush. It's like a Leatherman of brushes. That's what we need to do. Cam does. We need to make something that's almost like a Leatherman type of thing, and it comes in a heavy leather case. It's got big like metal kind of handle to it and stuff, like a Leatherman. I'm pretty sure they still make those, right? Yet Grant Oracle. Again, I was really not gonna mess around with them too much more, except for that terrain experiment, and then I was working on the model train stuff, and one of the reasons I was doing, I had to put a bunch of designs on there. I was literally like painting murals on the sides of the trains, and all of a sudden those markers again, not for the final, work, not for the super detailed stuff, but as far as getting the initial color placement, that was not too bad. Again, kind of like the that Vehicles Workshop series, where it actually worked really well for basically sketching the designs onto the vehicles and getting a little bit of initial shading. Let me try our ultramarine and some of this together. First, fishy. His eye there, he needs a more like a fish eye instead of, there we go, he's got more of a fish eye. And then I was also maybe a little too dark. Let me try this. Some of that right up in here. Right up there. And now we're going to try to get some of the lighter blue on the underside of this. Let me see if this might work. Is this too light? Actually not. That is not too late, but now we really have the light passing through his eyes there. Hey, Helgrat, how you doing? Everybody, please give Helgrat a follow. And Helgrat, why don't you post some fun stuff in the chat there? Again, everybody, please give Helgrat a follow. And of course, like we just said last stream when you were in here, Happy New Year. All that good stuff, Helgrat. The other thing I'm very curious to see, Grand Oracle, is much like, again, okay, our craft brushes, right? How long, how much of a beating can they take? I think they could have some, again, especially on maybe things like vehicles or bus. Who knows? Maybe they have a little extra juice and a little extra help for those than maybe for, say, miniatures. So again, great to see you once more, Helgrat. Here's hoping that everything has been spectacular, super great. Just trying to throw a little something, something in here, color-wise. It's just a little different. On his chompers here, same deal. Kind of a sickly yellow color there. And of course, again, everybody please give Helgrat a follow. That's quite the stream there, Helgrat. Okay, there you go. Now we're really starting to see those eyes play out. Were those the ones you were talking about? Was it the last stream, Camda, or the stream before you were talking about those? Well, it's like finding treasure, right, Camda? So everybody check out that Instagram link that Helgrat just posted, a little 48-hour extravaganza. So everybody be like Camda, go check out the link that Helgrat just posted. And then, of course, while you're at it, also please give Helgrat a follow if you could. That would be great. So again, everybody please check out what Helgrat posted on the Instas there. So you can see we got all kinds of fun, different colors going on here. More of a bluish tone, that kind of like the water reflecting up on him there. So again, everybody please check out that link that Helgrat just posted. And of course, then once you've done that, give Helgrat a follow too. Now let me get some of this file. There we go. some more here. Let's get into some of our darker stuff there. No, 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 no. Let me get some of this blue. This is some of our initial glaze, and some of that's still here. There is still some of that initial glaze hanging out there. Actually, I think we can move our Gollum kitty back out of the way where it's a bit safer. Instead of having that ended up, again, literally on the floor. So the wheel of the rolling chair there, Camda, it was less than half an inch away from it. If I had moved the chair just a little, or but a little, right? Wasn't that how the the fellowship is at the edge of a knife or something like that? Stray but a little. Yeah, that was. If I had moved that chair at all, it would have been sayonara for Kitty Gollum. He would have been toast. We'll have to work some of our lights in there too, kind of like what we have on that side of our I almost said Gollum kitty again, but our Gollum Gummy. Let me do some here. So that's fantastic there, Hillgrat. And again, everybody please check out it was that was an Instagram link that Hillgrat posted. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go lighter here. Also there. Back to this now. Come on. More this way. Taking it up here. Little toes is maybe get a little bit lighter here. More of it up there, yeah. Gotta get that lighter too. Now I'm gonna sit him aside. Let us march on over here to our Goldberry. Start getting some stuff on Goldberry here. Our brown. Now maybe more of our paints gray. And then let me see if I can't get that brush a bit locked together. There we go. Nope, still not gonna work. So we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Because even with all these other brushes that I've found, still basically they're just this one. So I'm gonna have to I think I've got to open up a new package of our craft brushes. And I think I have at least one more set of the golden maples with the triangle shaped handles. Get that worked all the way around the eye. So now into some of our green here. So now Tom Bombadil has a Goldberry. Where is Tom? Here he is. So there's Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. Maybe some of that darker green under there too. Nah, take that away. That green there. Now let's see if we can maybe get some of our lighter skin tones. Let's do this. A little bit of the magenta. Start with there. Nope. Big old chunk of something on that brush. Gotta try and get rid of that. Now we'll try to make these, again, the skin tone, such as it is, lighter here. It's going to be a little bit too magenta-like. Let's see if that also kind of neutralizes it. Yeah, there we go. Now, how, Grant, will you be doing a stream tomorrow, maybe? Well, later today, I guess, because it's Sunday. And again, Camden, I'm glad that you're able to kind of get the Streamlabs tamed there and working in your favor. Because that is never easy, right? Just when you think you have all that stuff set, all of a sudden, well, something changes, whatever happens, and it is not set anymore. So Hellgrat going to be doing a stream on Monday. Now, Hellgrat, if you're up and streaming when we finish the our Armada Monday stream, tomorrow, we'll try to do the raid thing. Because I think you might just be streaming when I start doing, when I'm going to be done doing mine. You might be a few hours into it by then. Yeah, let me, there we go, get that lighter stuff on the back of the ears. Get all that stuff out of that brush. Let me try this. Tiny touch of the ultramarine in there, I guess. Let's see what that's going to do for these little flowers here. Flowers up here. You can see our is that over? Yeah, on the left-hand side, there is our little reference. I'm gonna try to find me some magenta flower things in here too, just for funsies. So not just the white. We'll try to have, well, actual, sort of like berries hanging from the here, looks like. I don't know if the character actually did have berries hanging from her hair in the books. That I'll kind of have to double check that. So if you were, let's see. So if you're painting tomorrow, so that would be almost Tuesday here, yeah. Because the Armada Monday stream would be ended somewhere around 4-ish in the morning on Tuesday, which would probably be your 4 p.m. ish on Tuesday, or maybe even closer to 5. There we go. I'm trying to get some, essentially, they're going to like this lighter magenta, not quite an outline, but a little trim there on the edge of these leaves. Hey there, ESG Simplify. How you doing? I actually have a magnifier light. This one, it's not a super powerful one. It's only a 3 times diopter. But in addition to the magnifier, the key thing is it's a magnifier light. So the magnifier and the light are in between my face and the figure. And I think, let's see if I do this here, you'll be able to see, so you can see we're turning up the light there. Now we can turn it down. There's different modes. I think basically one's more of a bluish light, another one is a much kind of a more yellowish light. One probably a bit on the neutral side, more I guess you would say the daylight color. Into this here, there we go. Same there. Now this is just our quinacridone magenta mixed with our white there. Then that is going to go up in here too. And I mean, just like our Gollum, right? It did not take much for our Gollum to change dramatically. Our Goldberry bear is also starting to change here. Hey there, Recoil. That's fantastic there, Hellgrat. Great to see you there, Recoil. So Rico, I did the first slow cooker thing in forever. It was one of those whole chickens that it was never going to fit in the air fryer. And my sister just, I'll show you some pictures of that. She, at New Year's, gave me a bunch of,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
she gave me a bunch of, let's see, taters and onions and carrots and stuff. So we chopped all those up and chucked everything in there at about, 6 something, 6:45 in the morning. And it worked out very nicely. Thank you so much, Future Moo. Appreciate that. Ah, yeah. So, if you could get Tommy Boy there to tell the hobbits, maybe a little bit more careful around the Barrow Downs. It's like, well, you do realize that when they get captured, they end up with all those nifty swords that Mary uses to kill the Witch King. Yes, the special sauce in that sword, stick it in the back of the Witch King, basically takes away all of his invulnerability, and then Eowyn kind of does the coup de grace. That was a decent roll there for Future Moo. I thought it might have a chance to roll over to a 6, but it stuck at a 3. So thank you so much, Future Moo. Appreciate that. So here's our, let's see, 2 hours, 19 minutes ago. These all were just primer. So our Dark Queen Schmaladriel, our Gollum, and our Goldberry. And of course, We're doing this just like our Dark Queen Shmaladriel army. Where's some of our cavalry here? Again, here's some of them right there. So we did an entire army with this theme, and we're even doing the terrain and the same theme. Get you back over there. Yeah. So thanks so much, Future Moo. And again, here's I believe. Oh no, this wasn't our latest batch. This was our next to latest batch, right here. Because yeah, we got Flock and Foliage on Gandalf Shadowfax's base there, and there's Alex the Cave Troll. Now, so yeah, recoil it worked out pretty well. I was initially not going to do it because I didn't have a chance to get to the store to get the any kind of chicken stock or beef stock or anything like that. But then I realized I had that curry stuff. Was that the butter curry stuff? And I realized that since you have to thin it down with water, by the time I did that, it ended up being just as much as far as the liquid goes. So yeah, that worked out pretty well. Ah, gee, yeah, this was cooked definitely on low recoil, and again, that was about it was on there for 6 hours, and basically just slept in the living room floor there so that I was nearby and would hear the oven timer and all the other alarms go off. Now, then, I mean, it goes into warming mode. It doesn't like just keep going like an oven where it would just incinerate the thing. Yeah, that was quite the little side quest, wasn't it, there, Arda Michael, for the hobbitses? Yeah, Rico. Well, I think did I send you the pictures of the venison sausage that Kathy's family sent? I might have. If I didn't, I'll send you that. That was oh boy. I mean, even when I was just opening up the box, I could smell that. That was really fantastic. Let me get some of our violet in there too. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, look what we have. You get one guess what color is on the palette. Yeah, I think you can. I think you know exactly what's on that palette there. Yes, indeed, it is cobalt teal bluish, for sure. Let me lighten this up a little more, right there. And actually, some of it's on here too, Doji, and we'll be using a little bit more as well. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff there in the chat, that would be fabulous. Let me pull this down a little bit further. There we go. A little further. And there. So Doji, let's see, it's 2:24, so in about 13 hours or so, the Bears will be playing the Lions, and again, they really need to win that game to lock in that 2 seed. And well, the NFC least, as in the NFC South, is still not actually settled yet, even though there was a game between the two teams. They both have losing records, but their records are so bad that the two other teams in the division, which also have the same records. So it is possible. Oh no, I don't think it's possible because it's almost possible that all four teams in the division have the same record. They would all be 8-9, and one of them gets a home playoff game, and the other ones get a really high draft pick. do this right here. So you can see the face really starts to take on a little bit more detail there. So everybody check out that Instagram link there that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Rico, I was trying to advise Armored Wolf that Grok has like a secret hidden way of limiting how many renders you can do even when you have the paid membership there. It's like all of a sudden you just start getting errors every time you try to do something. Because it's not, it's supposed to be unlimited. It's not actually unlimited. If you try to keep on going with renders, eventually it'll just start throwing error messages your way. And it acts like, you're doing something wrong, but really what it is it just not letting you do any more renders for that day. So now Goldberry's starting to get that light in the hair. We can go even lighter in that hair. And then we'll go lighter on the eyes and the little nose too. So future Moo, yeah, we've believe it or not, we've done this. We're getting to 30. Our next stream when we're painting these, probably this coming Friday, when we paint the mouth. This out, we've also got a warg rider here. Yeah, well, here's some of the ones we were painting last night. So we did the Witch King there. It was the three kings. There was a King Aragorn, and then King of the Dead. There you go. Let me try to get a little bit of this here. Let me try. Is that here's some more chromium oxide green plus this yellow. And that is our Windsor yellow, which is also basically just Hansa yellow. So thanks for joining there, Rico. Sorry I couldn't get you any messages during the day. I had my hands filled with flocking foliage there, Rico, and the table is just there. There's just like flocking foliage everywhere here. I actually had to put out a new paper towel by the brush cleaner thing because every time I tried to wipe some of the brush cleaner off of the brush, I was getting all kinds of flocking foliage in there. So that wasn't super helpful. It just got all over the place. Because, well, more basing, more better, right, Recoil? And of course, Rico, if you want to share any of the articles that you did on some basing materials, please go ahead and do that, because more basing, always more better. This is a pro basing channel, of course. It's also a pro Pluto channel. Oh, that's right. There's another channel. It's sort of a little bit like the Lord of the Rings lore channel. It's called Astra, as in to the stars. That's kind of how that translates. And there was an episode on Eris or Strife, and that is the so-called not planet 10th planet there. Yeah, that was the thing that kind of created the whole fracas. And then I learned that that vote to decide to demote Pluto and other planetary bodies, there were supposed to be thousands of people there voting on that. Essentially, I don't know. Now, I don't know if they did this Chicago style or not, but the amount of people, everybody else left. And by the time they did the vote, there was only like 420 people left out of thousands. So yeah, instead of a tiny fraction of the people that were supposed to decide that were actually the ones who decided that. That was very interesting to learn. I did not know that it was only a tiny fraction of the people that were supposed to be voting on that. And the people that didn't get the chance, they didn't say, well, I would have voted against it. They said, well, they would have needed to clean up some of the language on it because it creates problems for future things. Because they use the phrase solar system object. And they said, well, we're kind of finding like, well, many thousands of extra solar planets, so what about those? Yeah, it's kind of like saying, what, like, okay, it's a condiment, but it has to be some form of Vegemite. It's like, well, there's not really Vegemite everywhere. How it is, it's if you're only, yeah, if you're only going to qualify a condiment if it's Vegemite, and that has to be one of the requirements, it's like that's kind of specific there. Let me do that right here. More of it here. So again, just kind of working on a little Goldberry here, seeing what we can do. See if we can maybe lighten this up even more now. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Instagrams, the YouTube channels there. I will be posting the very first set of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears to the Instagrams later today, basically. That's why I was adding all that flock and foliage so I could do the photography tonight after the stream. Come on. Well, it is hard to believe that there's just 3 college football games left. And then the time of great darkness begins. And that's not alleviated recoil until, well, let's see, March, right? I forget when in March the first game of Aussie Rules is going to be. That's what we needed. A little light or maybe here. And then we'll just have to let that set there. Now, this stuff down here. Actually, let me get a little bit of the cobalt teal bluish in this here. There we go. Boy, that really is an intense color, right, Doji? A big impact right there. Man, and yeah, I'm going to give me some of that up here, too. Also some there. And then as we work our way further down, almost more of the, say, ultramarine blue might work its way in there. It works, yeah, some of that up in here. Now, there. Make it a little bit of a change right there. Yeah, that's better. We'll do that. We will take our phthalo green, mix, come on, a little more of that phthalo green. And when we get into our really, really, really lightest light there, we'll really have some bright highlights on this too. let me take our ultramarine, some of this. Well, I should probably, yeah, okay, fine. I'm just going to take my thinner and just do that. Just drop that on there, let that break it down. Just sitting there. So surface tension, I'm guessing it's probably maybe a -3, or because it's about 22 degrees out there ish, 23. So that puts it at what, about a -4 or something, maybe. Now I'm going to try and get this. Look at this. See, down in the center of our little leaves is here. This kind of a violet type color, which is actually essentially an ultramarine blue. That is going to go in the center of all of our little plantains here. I think it was, oh yeah, it was, remember the murder hobbits? Yes, the Ewoks. And yes, I haven't forgotten the Shatterpoint stuff. I will try to get some Shatterpoint stuff going, but we kind of got our own thing going here, right, with all these Lord of the Rings gummy bears. There, if it weren't for these and all the flats, there definitely would have been some Shatterpoint stuff by now. So yeah, see, that's kind of a fun little juxtaposition there of that more bluish type color and the magenta. Okay, so -2 when it gets to be about 23-ish, 24. And again, wish it would just stay cold like this, but of course, I'm sure that it won't. I'm sure it's going to get all stupid warm again, which will make print. That's why I want to try and get some the resin printing stuff going tonight after the stream before it gets super warm again, and then the next thing you know, the heater's not going off and it's all cold where the printers are. I'm glad that that's going good there, Arta Michael. And again, I hope that you also have fun getting a chance to use those. Do this here. Yeah, a little bit lighter there on the leaves down here. Might even get into some of the shadow areas with a little bit of our ultramarine blue stuff too. Trying almost to light those up a little bit, kind of, or is there again, sort of like what we did with our Gollum right there. Let me move these guys back out of the way here. Oh yeah, that's right, Grand Orc. I wanted to take one of our miniatures or something and then do a go into GPTs or something and then say, okay, take this bust or whatever the subject is and do some cell shading on it, and then we could actually, that's where the markers might be really good. Remember, I think we were talking about that, Grand Oracle, that the markers might be a really good way to actually do something like cell shading, because that's kind of how they work. And I'm thinking that that might just be the way to go if you want to do some cell shading or something like that. Maybe utilize the marker pens for that. I want. Here, let me try the radiant green in here. Maybe a little bit of our white mixed in. Hey there, Anthos. How you doing? Happy New Year, Anthos. hopefully the new year is going very well for you. Hopefully you can get that game in there, Artemichael. I know, was it 2 weeks or something like that? I keep forgetting if it's venue specific, like the place I told you. It's like you had to play in the venue. Unfortunately, there were people that, I mean, now there's apps and all this other kind of stuff, so you can't quite fudge things the way things were fudged in this league, where yeah, it's like so we had a game of dwarves versus whatever, and each team scored 7 touchdowns. They had like 17 completions, and that was an off-site game. Yeah, and there was players that had like 3 strength increases or something. So you had like a strength 5 gutter runner or something. It's like that's very curious. Oddly specific that he would get that many rolls on the table and then conveniently have 3 straight strength increases. Oh, was it 2000? Yeah, it was 2003. There was a Blood Bowl league we were in. There was 16 teams. Yeah, it was 4 divisions of 4 teams each. By the end of the season, only 9 coaches were left. I think 2 quit. And the reason they quit was because I think it was the other 4 coaches were kicked out because they were blatantly cheating. As in, like, they weren't trying hard to show that they weren't. One of them actually said something like, well, it's up to other people to catch me. I believe that was his philosophy. So, yeah, there was much like the Carolina slash Tampa Bay division there. There was somebody who was, what, 5-9 or something like that that was in the play. Actually, I had to play him in that first playoff round. That's right. Because he was the only team left in his division. The other 3, again, were either kicked out or left in frustration. That was the most bizarre Blood Bowl experience ever. Yeah, so there was no app or something like that. It was all just, pieces of paper, and you had to hope that we even had we would bring a laptop to the store to try and recalculate everything. Let me do, there we go. So Anthos, I hope that everything's going great. Anthos, if you wanted to share anything in chat, please go ahead. So this again is starting to get caught up to some of our things. And actually I'm going to let that one have a chance to set for a spell. We'll get back to Gollum and Galadriel here. Use the panes of gray here. And now, yeah, there we go. That has set very nicely, and this is a whole lot easier doing this than it would have been. And again, we're doing this kind of like our Dark Queen Schmaladriel there. Thanks, Anthos. So, Celia there, Doji. Thanks so much for being here. I'm sure that we'll be seeing you again on the Monday stream, your Tuesday. So take care there, Doji. Let's get our little dots in our eyes right there. Just lost a little bit of light under there too. So see you then, Doji. Nah, oh bunch of junk on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Actually, that should be a little later. Along with these now. Some white over the eyebrows there. Now more of what was our Naples yellow here for the hair, and just like well, I don't think we were using Naples yellow back then, but we're again trying to do the hair the same way now. And now we're okay, so 2 hours 45 minutes in. And now all three of our figures there looking much more like at least somewhat towards the final result. A little bit past now the if things must be messy before they can be neat. We're getting closer to the neat stage. We'll have to get some more stuff on our little skelly friends there, and ultimately this is going to get a winterized base, just like all of our Schmaladriel bases. Like, again, you can see the snow there, you can see the icicles hanging off of there. Come on, there we are. What do we got going there? Yeah, let's carry that all the way down here. And now you can really see that, and again, that's not a super intense yellow. It's actually got a little bit of red in there because of the whole pigment red 101 that is in Naples yellow. So that's going to offer a certain type of contrast there, not just a yellow versus bluish green contrast or yellow versus teal. It's almost like a reddish yellow now, but not orangey. It's kind of almost like a dingy yellow, and that's what I was hoping for. Unlike our Sarah Goldberry, which is going to have a really intense yellow here. That's going to pretty much be Indian yellow mixed with, say, the Windsor yellow, because we want that to be super intense yellow. Not this here, though. Also hoping that it is mixing with some of the teal in the hair to create kind of a greenish mid-tone transition point there. Nah, that's a little too big a chunk on that brush there. And again, we can still go lighter even than this. As always, once we get to around that 3-hour mark, which is coming up pretty soon, we can break out the fast matte white, right, to do some really intense highlights on stuff. Come on, there we go. Right, like that. Bit more, there we go. Around this, here. Wow, that really, man, that changed this even, I knew it was going to. But seeing that reddish yellow color, and again mixed with a little bit of the white there, which also sort of cuts down on the saturation level of that color. You know what? The top of the ears is. Let's get those. Some of this more of this teal, really light teal color here. Same deal over here. Basket the back of the ear a little bit there too. Yeah. Let me take some of this. Thin that down some more. Is this going to be too light or not light enough for a little reflection there? It's kind of what we did with the Gollum. A little bit of that same blue in there. Maybe even some of that in the cheeks here, so instead of a rosy color, almost like a violet color there in the cheeks. I'm gonna go dark here for like some kind of a pupil within this iris. Nope, gotta keep thinning that down. That might just do it. Ah, there we go. Restore that, okay. Touch more dark under there. Now we can get maybe some rust on the on this lance or spear, whatever here. Sorry about that. Simple enough, nothing too crazy. There we go. Just a little bit of rust on there. Keep that pretty simple. Let that stain the skelly friend a little bit there. More dark on that skelly friend. Touch more light on the top of that. We do have his little teeth here. We'll try and get some light going on the side of those. Yeah, I can still go in this. Once we hit that trail mark, I will get the fast matte white out here, which is just a little bit stronger white, and then we can get some even lighter things on, say, the crown and then the eyes. Actually, what I'm going to do is get... This is some of our cobalt teal bluish. We've been putting that in the dress in other places. How's about we get some of that in the crown here? Got a little bit of color intensity there. Let's hit that definitely around here. Yeah. Same along there. Another little bit of run here around the nose. Let's darken this up a little bit. And now the teeth stand out a little bit more. Yes, indeed. Definitely stand out more. You must have dark to show the light. I was kind of missing there a little bit. Again, here we can, after a little bit more on our Galadriel. Actually, here, let's go back to our... Oh, wait, I just realized there's all this up on top here. Alright, that's no big deal. We can do something here. Mostly in a dry brush fashion. Using this Filbert style brush here. Maybe take some of that paint away. And then that might just have to sit there for a while before we really try to do the final little blending and such. So let that go off to the side. Back to our Gollum here. So we can do to lighten up these areas even a little more. And also maybe change the color. Yeah, see this? This wouldn't have worked before. The paint there was not set enough. None of this is dry. But I can do this sort of dry brush slash blending thing here because the paint that's already in that area is it's sort of like green stuff that's not fully cured. It's green stuff where you can't really sculpt with it anymore, but it's not completely hardened. It's just kind of in between. Top part there, yeah. I'll do that now. Oh, I'll try to get some a little later on his feet there. Might also have to go the other way too. Something maybe darker. We were just saying not long ago you must have dark to show the light. Into the light there. That's gonna get more of our kind of a bluish type coat. Ooh, let's get that on the bottom part of his head here. So first, get all this stuff out of the brush here. Take that same blue, and that will go under here. Nope, pushing that up too far. Let's get rid of some of that. There we go. Under there. Mix it there, and let's get some of that under here. Taking this, it's essentially a blending brush. Maybe a little more paint, so a loaded blending brush, I guess. There you go. So I can see a couple of those brush strokes. Bam! They're all gone. Back to our. That's the as we've been joking around, the not radiant cobalt color there. Might try to no different brush for that. What I'm trying to do is get get that teal stuff out of there. But I'm gonna take this. Let me see if that is going to see that'll work under the eyes there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Vargan. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Where? Oh, here he is. So you seriously spent 17 years looking for me, uh, and that got all of 2 sentences in the book. He's like, yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna make 2 movies out of that, but it was we were hunting you for 17 years. He's like, so what'd you want to know? It's like, well, like, where's the ring? Like, I got a fish. I don't have a ring. I used to have a precious, but I don't know, somebody stole it from me. It's gonna happen for Vargant here. we did have a big Gandalf. Ooh, I was darn close to a 6. Ooh, it was sitting over here. Ended up with a 5 for Vargant. Thank you so much, Vargant. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the follow. Yes, 2 Hunt for Gollum movies. Based on like a paragraph and a half. So we'll see if that's a little more successful. Let's get some of that nice stuff down in there. There we go. Yep, and a little bit up here. I might try to here. Let me go back to our violet here. Eh, don't want to lose some of that. Was some of our initial gray color in there. I don't want to lose that. Don't want to lose that. So see you later there. Surface tension. Yes, the old loaded blending brush, right? Surface tension. Oh, here we go. Let's do that. Here again, we're actually trying to kind of mix the paint a little bit there, but as we would with just a regular old blending brush. But this does actually have paint on it of its own. You try to, yeah. Here, let me get rid of our panes. Well, now that's too much thinner. Now we're talking. There we go. And then on the toes, we were thinking the same thing. Recoil, it's just, it really is shocking, right? I mean, now of course here I think if I had gone with his color eyes, right, they would have probably been about the same as that maybe, but the colors. Well, obviously here we're kind of going much more realistic with the colors. It's yeah. It all started. Oh yeah, Theoden. That was the one that kind of tipped the balance in favor of let's do the skin tones in a more, shall we say, realistic way. It's a. I'm trying to think. It wasn't that all that long ago Rico either, when there was just a random stream, and we thought, gee whiz, what would so and so look like as a gummy bear? I certainly did not envision this all the way back then, right? Recoil. Never envisioned this being possible. Well, I mean, we hoped it could be, but the actual being able to make it, man, that is what's really fun. Is the fact that we can make the concept, but then we can actually make the figures. I have not even tried to do a one of the Furbies yet. I was kind of waiting for the credits to recycle, which they now have. So I think I've got something like 1,300 Meshy credits, which again sounds like a bunch, but you can tear through those really fast. Believe me, you can tear through them super fast. I'm going to try to here get a little bit of this lighter magenta tone. Let me try this in the feet here. Like that. There we go. Actually, recoil. I was hoping that is something we could do. Might even just kind of start, maybe, I don't know, start out easy, so to speak, with maybe, the silent centurions, and see what kind of stuff we get from those. And I do believe of course, oh my gosh, recoil. Now, of course, being as demented as I am, and then I started to think, oh yeah, Battlestar Galactica gummy bears. Because the world is gummy bears, right? Recoil, the entire universe is just gummy bears. Just the thought recoil of again one of the Centurions as a gummy bear, just that alone would be potentially quite hilarious. Now, well, that sounds fantastic. Actually, a recoil. Well, of course, if I keep forgetting to try and at least do some tests on those, just to say, hey, have you done at least a test yet on any of the BSG files? Come on, trying to. There we are. A little bit more of that light right along his mouth there. Yeah. Wow. While we're here, let me just grab that fast mouth white super quick here. Again, that is this stuff right there. Throw this out here. Ooh, I'm gonna start. I put him aside there. Let's start with our Galadriel here. This will represent the lightest up that we can do. We can't go any lighter than this. Trying to get some of this in the eyes here. Boom, there we go. Over there. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Also over here. I wonder, is this going to be too light there? No, it just now we're getting there. Ah, okay. Yep, that does it there. Boy, recoil, that's going to be super fun. I'm just wondering, recoil, do we, I guess, well, deck plating, right, for the bases. So instead of trying to make the deck plate, kind of like what's our King of the Dead here? Yeah. So like how that's already integrated into the thing. Maybe have the base already integrated into it. It's not like they have to be a certain size base, right, to match a game system. In fact, a more of a diorama type base might be that much better, wouldn't you say, recoil? Okay, and here, a little bit of light up on top there. I'm gonna throw a couple little lights here on our little skelly friends. Now I just have to remember to have the image where they are not actually on the diorama base, because I think for printing purposes they've got to be separate from the base. Just like one of my Kamul, oh, not the Kamul, what's that? The Shadow Lord. His sword just had to be separate because no matter how many times I tried to work it, could not get, if the sword was in his hand, it was just, no matter what angle the view was from, whatever, just wasn't getting any results. Yeah, I'm just thinking, well, like the memorial wall, right? Recoil, and having figures by that, and of course, have to maybe, oh yeah, that get some flight suits. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Recoil, they gotta be in some flight suits as well. There. I guess Soul Tie would have to have a coffee mug, right? Recoil. Yeah. This here, like a little bit later. Hmm. That might have been. Oh, no, actually, I was thinking that might have been too much, but not really. Now let's march on over here to this Gollum. Hey there, Landrast. Great to see you. Let me lighten this up a little more here, sure. Let me do that. Yeah, let me try to lighten up the end of his ear here a little bit more. Now, so Landrast, well, you actually you went and saw a movie tonight, right? Because what time? It's 3. Well, that's kind of, even for a long movie, that's kind of late, actually. Me, there we go. Okay, so that's as light as we can go with his eyes. I mean, literally can't be any lighter than that. So Landris, I thought you were going on a different day because you missed out on your Thursday, because that being whatchamacallit there, New Year's. So yeah, I thought you were. It was a substitute Saturday for you, Landrast. For some reason, I was thinking, okay, yeah, I didn't get to go to your usual Thursday flick because, well, it was New Year's. Mm-mm. Nah, no, no, no. Let's try this. More of a Naples yellow there. So he did say that on there. Okay. Okay. Now let me get this going up here. All the way over there. Okay, well that's yeah, hand dressed. My sleep schedule is all. I mean, as messed up as it is, it's even more messed up with trying to do that slow cooker thing essentially overnight. I'm just gonna maybe paint this part up a little bit like the hair texture, even though there's not really hair texture in there. And then okay, let's start to get some of the lighter hair stuff out here. We did that there, but not everywhere else. Let's start doing that. Yeah, see, Landris, that is what happens. That's always what happens. You're like, oh, I'm gonna try and do the smart thing, the right thing, whatever. It's like, oh yeah, well that didn't work out the way I was hoping. It always seems to play out that way, right? Now we're starting to get some of our lightest light on some of the hair here. Swing this back around and start using some of our lightest light on this part of our. Ooh, yeah, those petals are really gonna start to stand out now. Yep, look at that, boom. That's for sure, Andrast. Maybe a little more. Yeah, I'm gonna make those a little bit bigger than we usually do. As far as the highlights on the eyes. Start getting some of the edges on all of these, the petals here, and then on these, well, the dress petals, I guess, if that's a thing. Thanks, Camja. Actually, recoil, I have to do an instrumental on, because I want to do this, since there's, again, going to be at least 30 of these things. I figure, and I don't need to do any animations. That'll be the nice thing. Yeah, they don't need to be, although it would be hilarious to see some of these animated and moving around. So I don't know, maybe I still have to do that just for the heck of it. I think I told you, Recoil, what happened with Suno there. It was while I was trying to do. I said, okay, I need it to be like this sound, and I even said, like, in all caps, I said, don't make it. You're not supposed to like replicate something. It's just in this same kind of genre. It was really just supposed to refer to the genre, and it looked like it was basically, not doing anything because it was thinking that I just wanted it to be that same thing. And I hit it. I kept changing the prompt and then hitting, go something like must have been 10 times because I had 20 versions of it when I refreshed the page. Yeah, that was the most bizarre thing. I was thinking that you were in the stream last night because I think I must have told Camdo, right? I think I told you about that. Yeah, all of a sudden I look and there's 100 versions of that thing. Like, what the heck happened here? Oh yeah, it was making them all along. I just couldn't see it because I think it's the computer. It wasn't actually that. I need to just restart this machine, but I didn't want to do that until after I did this stream here. Some of them were actually decent recoil. Arda Michael, there is no schedule anymore. I mean, I didn't even get to sleep until 9 something. Then it was like, okay, at 11:35 up there to monitor the chicken thing and then try to get back to sleep somehow. Now the so Landrest, I don't think all of them have, say, like the one knee pad where you were doing the reflection of the sky, earth, or whatever, right? They don't all have that sort of a knee pad, right? I was thinking that some of the sculpts must be different than that. It was no big deal, recoil, because, I mean, for whatever reason, I think because I'm not trying to do all those other things that cost, I guess, apparently a ton of credits. Um, that's the one thing where, or the one which generation program where I have tons of extra credits. Like, I think I could probably do, almost like 100 and some odd, whatchamacallits right now, and there would be more than enough credits to do all that. Getting some more of my light down here on the ends of our feathers. I would think maybe more like leaves since, well, Goldberry. So Landrast is on a 400 or 45 stream streak. We'll get Landrast on an animated hype train. There you go. Hype train for Landrast. I mean, it just kind of perpetually seems to be sitting at like 2400 or something recoil. I don't even, well, the only time I was ever aware of it, I think was back in the day. It seemed like each song generation was 20 credits or something. Now, let me go back to this magenta stuff here. We never did that. Back over here. Did that on the front part of the head, and then we gotta get some lighter stuff on our berries, which I'm just gonna guess that's what these are meant to be here. Some of this lighter magenta here. Let me break that down a little bit more. Not too much thinner though, because that is again going to become a pin line wash, and we not looking to do that. More here, there we go. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I think those, yeah, more leaves in there. So we'll maybe try to get some more of our green in like a mid-tone green in there, I guess. Going like this. There. More little bits of light on the ends of that. Touch more reflected light. There we go. No, let's leave that alone. Gonna take my blending brush to that, just trying to soften some of those edges. A little dip into that. Some lighter magenta there. Now, I think I'm going to do is super quick go refresh the medicine here. Super quick. Be right back, and I think we'll kind of continue on with our Goldberry here. Got to do some more stuff on the eyes, and then definitely more definition on the hair, and then even some later stuff on the face, I think. Just been waiting for some of this paint to set here on our Dark Queen Galadriel, and of course on our fabulous Gollum right there. So we shall be back. Don't go anywhere. wonder if I should do some darks under the. Well, let's go where we know we need them, and that's gonna be on the eyes here. Let's do that. Thanks, Howard Wolf, for sharing the link to the Instas, to the Lindsay Fellowship YouTube channel. And again, on the regular YouTube channel, that's where you'll be finding those Army Showcase videos. And yeah, recoil, I have to, I think after the stream, amongst all the other things, gotta try and make some kind of instrumental type of thing that'll just go with all of these. Something very, something that would kind of, instead of the more hyper specific, like individual character type song, something that's more just generic. Alright. Oh, and speaking of Battlestar Galactica, where's our Baltar one here? Is this her? Yeah. Nope, that's not Baltar. That's... Nope, that is not Baltar either. That one not Baltar. Somewhere there's a Baltar here. I think he's... Oh, there he is. Yeah. I think we'll paint this one up on Thursday, Recoil. That's a Guilty Baltar right there. Yeah, we'll paint that one up on Flat Thursday. Try and find me a couple little dorks under here. Get some more separation there. Yeah, I did I think 4 more of the Japanese designs, and I really do think that those probably benefit maybe the most from doing them with Maker World. I mean, the other ones obviously benefit too, but boy, the Japanese style, because the hair doesn't end up being like this really deep recess type thing. Let me try and work a little more of this darker magenta into some of the flowers here on this little whatever here, little crown of flowers. Yeah, we actually have a decent amount of that back there. Alright. Try to just chuck a little bit of that down into here. Oh, yeah, let's do that on some of these now. Down here, and now again up into these flowers here. Maybe a little more. So it's pretty much just straight up quinacridone magenta, which, you know, but for the longest time we didn't get to use very much of, right, Camda, because with the whole, if it wasn't really a staining color, it just was not going to be on the palette very much. And boy, not having to rely on that whole staining factor, boy, that's really a big, big deal now, Camda. A little darker magenta in there, maybe. Go back to our blending brush here. Oh, geez, Inganes, sorry. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. And of course, why don't you, one more time there, Inganes, before you have to get off to breakfast there. Why don't you share some stuff in the chat there one more time. So thanks for being here, Inganes, like always. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Inganes just shared. And of course, while you're at it, please give Inganes a follow. Grab a little bit of my white. Let's break that down. Actually, I might even move it over here where it's easier to get to. because Nganes also does the oil painting. So please be sure to visit Nganes during a stream. And again, check out that Instagram, Fabulous Oil Painted Miniatures. Let me see if I can. Wonder if I should use the other brushy for that, or yeah, we'll do that. And also, here, let me get rid of this out of here. Actually, I think I could even use this. So this is one of our. It's the same as that brush that I just had in my hand. However, this is a much more beat up version of that brush. Because these brushes, after weeks or months of use, they're not quite, we just say they're not really for frontline service anymore. But they do work for stuff like this, where it's a kind of a rougher type of a thing, but we still need a decent amount of control there. But see, I don't mind shoving that into all these recesses. Yeah, I wouldn't really be inclined to do that with our, frontline service brush there. Working this now. Same down here. Also into there. And then we'll try to maybe work in some of our darker stuff here. So we'll take the oxide, chromium oxide, possibly even a little bit of the phthalo and some thinner. Now I think we're talking. More in there. Here, let's just start to get a little darker down here. See how this works. Let me do this here. Yeah, I'm over this some umber into our chromium oxide green. That really warms that up. Kind of darkens it down too. Oh, I see what I gotta get some of the magenta further up here too. Okay, I can do that. Now I got some. Yeah, our later tones are gonna show up much more against this. They were kind of like disappearing a little bit because it wasn't quite dark enough. Now I think we got something we can play off of here. Let me try to bring back some of our magenta up in there. What is another somewhere? Oh wait, I think no, not that. Maybe that was another spot. Get that all out of there, and now let's see what happens when we come back with some much. You know what? We'll just grab some of this. Not the fast matte white, but our just regular old white. Boy, yeah, goodness, this tube is almost all. Or sorry, Camden, this tube is almost all entirely gone. Almost all 50 mil of that is gone. Let me do this here. And I still could technically go lighter than that as well. Now, they were just like their Galadriel. Yeah, same deal. I just needed to get a whole bunch more of that, at least mid-tone, if not semi-dark in there. Yeah, now that starts to stand out. Could have made that as light as I wanted to. It wouldn't have mattered until we added that dark stuff behind it. Yep, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, yeah. And plus, too, there's just a little bit more color interest back here, too. And not just a light and dark thing. Okay, we got that now. Up here. Yeah, but big old difference now. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, make things darker. Because if you do that now, look, I mean, you can see just how much more that all stands out because we've got something darker to visually compare it to. Got this now. All kinds of weird little twisty things in here. I wonder. No, I'm not gonna try to get the greenish stuff up there. I don't know. Well, that is. Yeah, that actually still is a little bit lighter than what's already up there as far as the hair highlights on the hair go. Nope, I almost was gonna put that on the head. I said, no, that's gonna be too yellow there. Now let me try some lighter stuff on that. Well, skin basically. First, soften that. That is like this weird hard edge there. Ah, that already kind of helps. Now let me take some of this new lighter color there. Grab a little bit of our Rosa into this. Let's see if this is too late now. No, not too late. I think we actually lightened up the other side of the nose already, so I think I just need to match what I was doing there. Let's get some stuff on the cheeks here that's lighter. A little something lighter underneath the mouth, such as it is. Maybe here on the, well, hands. Not really, a whole lot of elaborate texture shape on the hands. It's more just a little bit of a nub right there. You know what, I might still lighten that up a little more. I think we got the top of the ears pretty light. Now let me try to grab this green for here. A little something there, okay, and Much more. No, that might be too much brown. Let's get a little bit of the ochre in that. And just a hint of some eyebrows there. Really changes the expression, or it creates an expression where there kind of wasn't one before. Maybe a teensy bit darker. Alright, I think we got it now. Let me alter my focus on this one a little bit here. There we go. Now that I've got this brush, maybe I can do even tighter little highlights on these. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. This one now. It's like a bunch of weird little wires or something down in here. Oh, there's another little berry over that. You know, I'm just going to do it right now while I see it there. Let's get those later ones. Hopefully that is thick enough to actually stick there. Well, let's try this again. Yeah, let me just grab this now. Ah, there we are. Perhaps even later on some of these. Let me just break that down even more. Come on. There we are. And then on the edges of our leaves here. And when you see some of these where, okay, here's our, all this greenery that we put here. That's why I'm not really investing a lot of time in painting just the bulletin board cork, because that's really getting covered by all of this flock and foliage and everything. So no sense in wasting a bunch of time, because it looks far better with flock and foliage on there, because it actually gives it a little bit of texture and in addition to more color. Nice to see you there, Fine Line. Happy January there, Fine Line. Great to see you. Hopefully you've been kind of able to rest up from the New Year's and such, and hopefully New Year's and Christmas and everything was fantastic for you. Also have to get this plant over here too. We're not forgetting that one. And again, here's our three Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears for tonight. We got Dark Queen Galadriel, we got Goldberry, and we have Gollum here too. So great to see you there, Fine Line. If you wanted to post some of your painting stuff in the chat too, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, let's take this over here. There's a couple more little lights up on those. I might go back with some of our darker brownish green on this here too, but that's all going to have a chance to set first. First, some of our lights in there. these are all just dark over here. Let's get some whites on those. Fine line. It's just hilarious that, I mean, when we first started doing this, miniatures were mostly metal. That was the primary whatever material that we worked with was metal figures. And there's a part of me that, aside from, say, 3D printed figures, I would almost rather deal with metal than with plastic, because some plastic stuff gets a little too crazy and the instructions are a little bit too eh. It was easier for me to actually deal with metal stuff. And cast resin, woof, ouch. Cast resin is just an ouch. Alright, we're going to set Goldberry aside here. Might even throw a little bit of this onto Gollum in just a couple little places here. Still trying to get some more stuff on the feet here. I had to come back with some darks on that. Yeah, fine line. They were kind of on the rugged side, right? And they tended to be a little bit simpler cast. Instead of, okay, the face is going to be 12 pieces, and by the face I mean, unlike a typical 28mm miniature, all of a sudden now the face is 14 parts. It's like, okay, so now glue the individual eyelid onto that part of the face. And well, obviously this is good, beyond fail cast, right, Arda Michael? There's just so much, the mold kind of wanders sometimes, and then, well, obviously the air bubbles, and then the parts that don't fit, and you're trying to dry fit stuff together, but you can't go enough levels of dry fitting down there because, well, nothing is going to fit together anyway. I wonder, is this, well, I can't get much lighter in this. I might have to go back with some of our bluish gray around his crazy little spine here. So fine line, one of the things that's been, well, a couple of things super helpful with that. One was these kind of sanding sticks, which are a little wider. Do I have any of them here that I can actually, here we go, yeah. These guys, because they're also flexible, and then there's, of course, the smaller ones like these were super helpful for that. There we go. Oh, and also fine line well, Vallejo plastic putty, or instead of getting that, just get the marble dust type stuff, and basically make your own plastic putty. And that's another handy way of dealing with all that kind of pitting stuff. Happens a lot on cloaks, right? Fine line. Bigger the cloak, and the older the mold it is, right? Yeah. Is this upper urn there? Probably, yeah. Should be getting a little bit lighter. Now that's too much of a line there. There we go. Kind of blending brush a little bit of that away, and then put just, kind of lighten that up some more. Almost there. Blending brush to this. But even on, printed resin and stuff. Again, the marble dust, or I mean, it's essentially almost like a flex paste mixed with marble dust. But of course, that makes for great sculpting. Oh, the trees. That's right. Yes, for making the bark on our trees made out of, well, the FDM supports, which are, well, tree supports. And oh my gosh, Landrast. I have boxes now because of that black gate thing between that and Edoras, or no, between that and Helm's Deep, Landrast. I mean, I literally could make like a 20 square mile forest because some of those trees are really tall and they have kind of like multiple branches to them. Yeah, I would need to get like 40 pounds worth of the like the marble dust type stuff to be able to do that kind of primer paint sculpt sort of thing. It is a heck of a forest. Oh yeah, fine. Yeah, that's true. Let's throw some of there we go. So we're again our Gollum looking spiffy there. I wonder. Yeah, here let me wheel this. Maybe get some of this light mid-tone violet in there too. Right there. It's getting a little too far down. Yeah, maybe not the worst thing there. Because that was all super rough there. Okay, yeah, that makes a big difference now. The best thing about the Sculpey Air Clay right Camda is that it becomes unbreakable. It's what is that stuff? That movie with the absent-minded professor, was it Fluffer? So what the heck was that stuff? Flubber. That's it. Yeah, that's it, Camda. Yes, it's a Nerf terrain. Nerf terrain. There you go. I mean, all kidding aside, Camda. The sad thing was that it was fantastic for sculpting, right? It was amazing for sculpting. It's just that, well, it kind of it went a little bit awry. I mean, let's see. Oh, is that at the Sculpey air dry clay? And what was the foam clay? Remember that, Camda? The foam clay. That was the Nerf stuff right there. That was the Nerf stuff. Let me try to get this in here. Little extra light back here. Blending brush. I don't know, maybe even just take this to do that with. Yeah, that was that foam clay stuff. That was pretty disaster, almost straight away. The foam clay stuff. The other stuff, it wasn't really a disaster till the next day, right, Camden? And I'm like, okay, well, we'll let this set, and then we'll assess it the next day. And then it was like, well, spoiler alert. The next day was not too great looking at that and well, what the results we got. Gotta be careful there with that, okay? Boy, Cam, I'm visioning, something like this one. This one we could print probably an FDM, like really big. Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine what his eyes will look like? At that size. Say like maybe 4 times the size of this print right here. Now, I guess the big thing, Camda, is we're going to find out. Are we going to get another one of those with those pens, those marker pen things, or marker brushes, whatever the heck they are? I don't even know what the heck to call them. I don't know. Let me look at the package. Let me see what they call them. There's probably no name on there either. They're Green Stuff World number 2. What does it say back here? It says nothing. So not not sure what they call them. And again, here's hoping that we don't end up with a well. You can watch this if you wish to have a good little laugh at my expense. Otherwise, if you want to save some time, it doesn't work. I have a feeling it will work in some way. Camda, there'll be like some part of it that kind of is useful. My guess is situational, as in maybe very situational. But we can always be surprised, right? Do I need to? Let me see if I can just use this with it here. Just trying to get a little bit light here. And now I'm going to try and get this bluish gray down in here, because what I was hoping to maybe do is almost have a little bit of him reflected in the water here. Remember that Nerixon figure we did where again the figure itself was kind of reflected in the water a little bit? Yeah, let me try this in here again. It's kind of darkened out some of this now that we've got that extra bit of light. I'm also probably going to take our not black is black and get some of that along here. I need to see, especially with these, because yeah, they're all. Oh, first, before we do any of that, let me get some green on this here. Let me try a radiant green mixed with this. That's mostly just our little darker glaze stuff in there, and not much else. No. Let's go more with the not radiant green. Come on, right up there. So here. Come on, that's more like it. What have we there? Alright, and now we'll get our little brushy thing to do the final lights on that leaf, and then we'll try to get our darker band around that. We might try to fit a few more darks in some of these leafy things here. Maybe the ultramarine blue. See what happens there. That is almost straight up not radiant green. Come on, this way. Some of that down here. let's work it that way. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. And now let me see if I can get even lighter here on these. Oh, geez, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Wow, look at that. Yep. Answers that question. Now on this here, let me go with. It's basically Fanchon red. What's the other? Naphtha red or Windsor red. They're all kind of the same thing. Now we're talking, and maybe then a little smidge here of our glaze. The yellow again. Break that down some more. No, 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 no. Let me get some of the red in there. Even if it's, yeah, more of an orangey red. Yeah, we needed something that was a little bit different. A little bit different flavor in the color on it. Oh, let's get the back of this here too. So like in here, some of these little gaps, that's where I'm going to just stick some flowers, and then we'll get all that flocking foliage in there as well. Now let me get the phthalo green, a little bit of our Mars black in there, which kind of makes it more like pearly black, which is a really dark green. That is not black. Definitely not black. What's happening with this here? We got this now, okay. Darker green under here. Might even bring some of that all the way up there into the hair. Get a little bit of the, maybe a little bit of the umber and the green mixed together. Now it's more of a hooker's green or something like that. And now I'm going to try and break up some of these little shapes in here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, yeah, now those are going to look more again like little leaves or something there. There's a lot. No, I'm just going to get rid of some of that. It was way too much paint on it. I could just see that was going to be a bit of an issue. Got rid of some of it, and that really helped out. Yeah, we'll continue to break up some of this stuff here. There we go. No, let me do this here. Just do some of that all the way up here as well. Yeah, so now that's starting to look a little bit more like what we got over here. Some more. There's a couple more of our. Alright, before I forget, I will do this, even if it's just to mark those with some of this darker magenta stuff. good enough for now. And then we'll just let's go back to our darker stuff here. Separate this. And all of a sudden now, our little berries or whatever at the end of the hair, those don't, they actually start to look a little bit lighter, not so dark. All about that context. We got something to visually compare them with now. Like here. So this, boom, right in there. Yep. All of a sudden, those things are really starting to lighten up. I mean, the number of times I've painted regular Goldberry, as in like Goldberry miniature, not Goldberry gummy bear, was never. So, or no, maybe I did finally paint, or did I? I don't know if I ever actually painted the Goldberry figures. I painted the old metal Tom Bombadil, the old classic metal Tom Bombadil fig. Oh no, I did paint the old Goldberry. That's right. I made it part of a diorama. No, it was the other way around. Yeah, I think I might still have the metal Tom Bombadil, or did I give that to somebody? Darken you down a bit. Also some under there. I guess, yeah, we'll just kind of cut away some of the lighter stuff there. Now I wonder, violet, also ultramarine. Now this is a real ultramarine violet here, not the okay, I think it was a Winsor Newton color. And it's not cobalt violet either. Yeah, that was another really expensive color that was super situational. Did not do what well, what would be more worth it? Yeah, it was not quite so fabulous. I need to do a similar thing like we were doing with our stuff back here. Yep, kind of go with some darker things there. Take that. More, I'm just gonna go straight. Let's go more towards the violet here. Let's do that. Down in there. Maybe for the shoes there, I'll get some of this violet over the top of those. I'm just gonna make that. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Just make all of that much darker. Those maybe were supposed to be berries also. We take my. Then we got this stuff. You know what? Maybe. Oh, there we go. I'll mix some of that and the cobalt teal bluish together. Some of that up there, and maybe even a little bit here now. That mix with some of our, well, for lack of a better term, skin tone. cobalt teal bluish up in the shoulders there. Heck, maybe even a little bit of it back here, because, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So, we're just really throwing some of our cobalt teal bluish back in here. Oh, now let's hit some of these little, the berries here, get this lighter magenta stuff going again. This, yeah. Doing that. Okay, there we are. Even, oh, gee whiz, that got a little bit kind of contaminated there, but it might still do the job. Might still work. Yeah, close enough. Might even throw a little bit of that extra bit of light down in our reflective light on our skin there. Working some of that magenta color in the, well, basically the skin there. Let me get some of that in the ear. I'm going to get me some of my fast matte white back out here again for stuff on the back of the little flower crown or whatever the heck that is. Break it down some more here. Nope, it's not broken down enough. It's a big old chunk on the end of the brush. That is more like it. There we are. Yeah, now we're talking. Ooh, a bit more of our light up there. Yeah, just make that also more towards the white. And then might even see what happens when a little bit of this ends up on the hairs here. And the idea is letting the color that's on there mix with it too. Instead of sitting there trying to put a whole bunch of, you know, delicate shading on these little strands right here. Layer by layer, just let it do its own thing all at once. Hit it there. Good to go. Let's see if we can maybe get some of this on these petals or whatever that kind of make up the dress. You know what? Might even hit these little bits up here some more. Back to our Galadriel here. Actually, I think we might have wiped away some of the paint that was over here on this little skelly friend. Now we're talking. There we go. Bit of more of our light on the top of some of our little skulls down here, like there. Alright, gotta get any of the almost like brownish skin color out of there, so that's straight up. And hit the little chompers there. And now maybe some stuff in the crown. These areas. Missing a whole lot of, well, anything there. Shape, highlights, darks, midtones. Mostly the highlights. I think we were definitely able to get a few little darks in there. Yeah, that starts to stand out now. Yeah, work in some more of this right over there. And of course, our next stream plan anyway is to get back to our Battlestar Galactica themed ships there. Again, if I have to, I've got some of the, I believe, smaller ships printed out. We could go with one of the smaller ones, or again, if there's still some of the larger designs that somehow haven't gotten printed yet or whatever, I'll look and see. So the Boltar flat, that's going to be for Thursday. Kind of a regular flat Thursday there, Camja. Well, I guess, I don't know how regular that is, because, well, no, we've been doing we've done quite a few of the flats, Cam. Yeah, that's right, never mind. I was thinking we were mostly doing like ornament type flats over the holidays. No, we did the Trench Crusade thing, and actually, Cam, I still have to try and make a miniature out of that. Yeah, recoil. That was the other thing that we were talking about on stream last stream, was to take that one character that I did, that one Trench Crusade character, and turn that into an actual figure. That could be interesting. Hey there, Jack. Great to see you again. So happy Sunday there, Jack. So yeah, Jack, another group of these. Actually, ooh, let me get to this down here now that I got the really light stuff going. So hopefully your Sunday is off to a really good start there, Jack. We are, well, now 4.5 hours into Sunday here. Man, oh man. Yeah, I'm just gonna, we'll keep that simple. Just go kind of light with that. Let me go this way with it now. A little more up here. Oh yeah, Jack, here, uh, it's hard to keep track of days just in regular time. Now in this sort of time, it is impossible, because all of the little the cues that I use for, okay, this is what day it must be, those are all for schmizzled. When you have college games on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then you have NFL games on Fridays, and it's like, what in the world is going on here? And then the streams are on different days because it's just the kind of the way the holidays fell and what days they fell. It's like, well, okay, there is absolutely no way I can stream on that day. That's normally a stream day. So yeah, fine line. I mean, I do a bunch of other work during the day, but the filming and the painting and all that, there is no way that can be done during. There's just too much mayhem during. Even today was another example of that. There was like phone calls and stuff. I was gonna try to film things earlier today. It's like, well, no, that's not gonna happen. I was supposed to try anyway to get some stuff filmed, and there's no way I will ever stream during the day. Now, again, if there was somebody else here, something like that, that could answer doors and phones, because a lot of stuff is getting shipped here, then that would be one thing. But there's only one body to be checking out doors and all that kind of stuff, so yeah, streaming pretty much has to happen when all the regular humans go to bed. Let me do this here. Come on, get a little more in there. There we go. So Landris, the knee pads on these guys here, are they as elaborate as the one that you were showing me, where you were doing a lot of the, reflecting the stuff in the knee pad thing there? Nope, nope, don't want to go later. That would be a mistake. Nope, I'm not gonna go later there. Yeah, Camda, unless you're gonna utilize the NyQuil Play-Doh, which, if they're sitting there, they're doing stuff with the Play-Doh, then they lick their hands or whatever, then the NyQuil gets consumed. They don't even realize they're consuming it. Well, Landris, at least with the round ones on the squares there, you could just kind of roll with what we did with the, what was that? Remember the shield boss there on the Rohan shield? Actually, I think those ornaments, yeah, they're hanging on the tree now because I took pictures of those. So I would show you those, but those are now hanging on the tree, and I took pictures of those. Now I'm going to try to hit a couple little light things on the berries. At least that's, I think, what these are supposed to be. I think they're supposed to be berries. Could be wrong. Boy, Camdy, we would wear out that Tuesday generator. Yeah, it's like all of a sudden there's like 1,000 Tuesdays in 1 month. People are thinking, shouldn't it be about the year 2500 now? And it's still like 2026 for again a few hundred years because we just keep adding Tuesdays. Change, see a little bit of light right there. Bingo. I gotta get Mr. Fishy's highlights there a little bit later, I think. Maybe, yeah, fine, we'll do a couple of those now. Maybe here on the spine. Plus this. Chuck a little bit more of our light on there. Fine. Well, let's see. That's kind of the head should be casting a bit of a shadow on that, so maybe not too much there. Now here, let me now I'll use yeah, we can use this as a blending brush here. That'll work. There we go. Just again, just push this. It's the old plop and push, right, Camda? Touch more of our light right in there. Maybe a little hint on his fingers here. Yeah, but up here, put a couple little lights on the rocks here. Not too many, and then again, maybe a little bit of something indicating that he's being reflected down there in the water. And then again, we'll get water effects on there. Maybe some little bits of flock and whatever on this. I was really thinking of this more as, Gollum's cave, where there wouldn't really be a bunch of grass or anything, but maybe we can do some kind of mossy type thing still. Couple little few lights on the edge here. All this is bulletin board cork. That's it. Well, and of course some of our homemade texture paste made out of very simple, just tile grout. Well, that and wood glue, I guess. See you later there, Cam. To have a good one. And again, I'll let you know if there's some of those early BSG files that I downloaded that ended up kind of disappearing from the Thingiverse account. And hopefully there's some more of the larger ones that I managed to download at the time. One little extra light on his face. There's some there. Couple little lighter things, maybe on the edges of Galadriel's cloak or clothes here, whatever. Actually, I'm gonna texturize this so that, yeah, that's almost like it's a bit of chainmail there. All right, we can try that. Or just sparkly, whatever. Either way. Yep, that I think is a little bit more interesting with this hint of a texture there that's not actually there. And we'll maybe march that up that way a little bit more. fine. Well, maybe let me get some of the phthalo green back into that. Yeah, not too much of this darker stuff. Nah. Go to this. That's better. I might here. Let me see what happens. It's this. Yeah, it's hilarious that in that area that's actually kind of dark. It's not a dark color. It's pretty much a straight up mid tone. Throw a little bit of that here in the shadow areas over on the cheek there. Again, that's the it's the Terra Rosa of teal. That would be cobalt teal bluish. A little smidge more of it there, and a little something in the ears. More of our teal down in here. Now that's fantastic, fine line. And hopefully those are every bit as helpful as usual. Ooh, let me get this in here. Little something there, okay. No, I'll leave that darker, and we still got to do some stuff back here. Let me try just using the cobalt teal bluish back here. On the bottom edges of the cloak there. I don't want to get too light with that, because then the hair is not going to look all that light, is it? Now we were talking about before, right? We were gonna get back to this area right here. Just had to wait a while, and yeah, see, it's just super easy to do that now. That would have been a struggle when we were first trying to do that. So much easier now. Got this again here. Let's try to go a little touch lighter with this. Just kind of throwing in some of our white with that. Yeah, okay, let me throw a little more of that right in these little edges along here, and now there's some more. Nope, that's getting too late. Maybe like this. Boom, something lighter there. Touch more along that edge. So it has a different color of our bluish gray than what we've got over here. Very different. Got more of the cobalt teal in it. This you can see a little bit warmer there, so we had some of our yellow in that. Try and lighten this up a bit more here. Well, now we're starting to close in on 5 in the morning here, and we got ourselves stuff to do. Lots of stuff to do. So we'll want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations, of course. I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the tiers and the follows and the raids. We had follows. I think we had ourselves some raids too. And we shall be right back at it again on Monday. That will be our Motto Monday, which means some of our either, well, it can be some Battlestar Galactica ships, I would think. Haven't forgotten about the Coco's model stuff either. Who knows, it might even be easier just to print out some of those if I've got some that I haven't already done. So thanks again, Armored Wolf, appreciate that. Let's take a little look-see and review of our 3 fabulous gummies. So we got Gollum, we have Goldberry, and we have Dark Queen Galadriel there. So it's been super fun. And well, guess what? We got more of these we'll be doing. Yes, next week we'll probably be painting some more of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Gonna head over to Mini Maddie's, I think, because reasons. There we go. So again, fabulous with our Lord of the Rings gummies. Good to go. We're getting closer and closer to 30 of them. Thanks again, everybody.